Solicitor bringing up the transcript. We've got a transcript folder. Yeah. Can you ask him?
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honour.
Good morning in Court 2.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Yes, Mr Kathleen.
Thank you, Your Honour. Can I just check that courtroom 2 can see and hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Detective, I finished up yesterday afternoon, in a sense, dealing with the aerial examination. You identified some intense runs and how you, from the air, together with Inspector Barnes, tracked the fire progression back towards the easement area.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I'm just wondering if I can ask you this. As part of that process or methodology, do you track, in a sense, areas of most damage back to areas of least damage as part of that process?
Yeah, that's one of the principles of bushfire or wildfire investigation, is that a fire will tend to be of less intensity at or near the area of origin because it's in its infancy, it hasn't had time to build. And then as the fire progresses and comes under more influence of prevailing winds, it typically builds in intensity and becomes larger in scale, spreads. So that's one of the factors that we look at when we're tracking backwards.
Thank you. Now, as part of that aerial examination of the general area of progression, when you got to that area near the easement, did you identify any areas of intense fire activity?
There was varying areas of like changes in intensity around and to the east of the easement, and that typically happens as the fire runs up a hill and then maybe back down an adjacent slope. So there were varying areas of intensity, but typically the fire was more intense at the ridge top. At the ridge tops, within a kilometre or half a kilometre or so to the west of the easement.
From the air, did you identify?
Sorry, correction, to the east of the easement. Sorry.
I think in left and right.
Yeah.
From the air, did you identify an area nearish to the easement which may be a suitable place to commence a ground examination?
Yeah, typically what we look for is an established run of fire, an area of fire that is obviously burning with some significant intensity, that is progressing, appears to have been progressing rapidly. That tells us that is an established run and that the fire didn't start there. That's well established. So that is often a good place to start a ground examination. We identified an area from the helicopter on Reedy Swamp Road, above the easement and to the east of the easement, where there was readily accessible for our vehicles to park, and it gave us a good point in an established run to enter the fire ground on foot. So we identified that from the air. Yeah.
Now, can I just ask you to turn up, please? It's in at the back of your first statement. It's attachment 10, and it's found at page 418 of the brief of evidence. Do you see there, Detective, a satellite image with aerial photograph location and direction?
Yes.
Now, do the numbers next to the blue markers identify a photograph number?
Yes, yeah, they reference to the photograph number tendered in my statement.
All right. Now, if you could leave this open, can I draw your attention to photograph number 42, which is the sort of top left-hand corner of attachment 10. Do you have attachment 10 open, Detective?
Yes, I do.
You see 42 on that aerial diagram map?
Yes.
Now, if you then go to volume 2, please, of the brief evidence, to page 490.
Yes.
Do you see there a photograph of 42.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, what in and around that area did you identify as being relevant to perhaps consider commencing in that general area a ground-based examination?
You'll see to the left of where that arrow points to Reedy Swamp Road, there's an area where the canopy of the trees is more heavily affected. They're charred and discoloured.
Yes.
They're darkened. So that tells me that there is a greater fire intensity because the fire has significantly affected the canopy of the trees.
Thank you. Then returning back to attachment 10, page 418, generally speaking, where the arrowhead is of photograph 42 on that satellite image, is that sort of in the general area where you commenced the ground-based examination?
That arrow is to the north of Reedy Swamp Road. We commenced the ground-based examination on the southern side of Reedy Swamp Road, but in that general area.
And if we then move forward to attachment 12,
Yes.
page 420, is that a fire tracking map that you prepared which identifies where you commenced that ground-based tracking exercise?
To the left of that satellite image, you'll see the label commenced tracking run.
And in that area, was there some stockyards?
Yeah, there was some stockyards in area that we could easily access with our vehicle and park off the road.
Now, I just want to run through with you the methodology in relation to a ground-based examination of the fire ground. In general terms, what is it you're looking for and how do you go about that exercise?
Okay, in the early stages, right down the run, we typically look at what we call macro indicators, which are an indicator is an object or a piece of vegetation that has been affected by the fire, either by the heat, the flame, or the smoke, and has some visible or measurable change that has been occasioned to that item. That can tell us the direction in which the fire was moving at that location. So what we would typically do, we will enter the fire ground, and at this point we're in established run, we know we're nowhere near the origin. So we look at the larger scale indicators. Some of those can be things like angle of char on trees, and what happens there is as a fire runs and passes around the trunk of a tree, the flames are lent over at an angle, and as they wrap around the tree, they tend to create a swirling vortex up the back of the tree, which leaves an angular line of char on the tree, which is lower at the side facing the oncoming fire and a bit higher at the side facing away from the fire. So it wraps around the back of the tree up. So we would look for indicators like that, that would tell us that at the particular location, a fire was advancing in a certain direction. Now, typically too, we like to find a number of indicators in any given area to corroborate that direction before we'll kind of call it, yes, the fire's moving in this direction. We tend to avoid relying on just one indicator in one spot because you can get localised variation in the direction that the fire is moving because of swirling winds and topography and a whole range of things. So we try to look, okay, there's one indicator that's telling me the fire's moving here. Can I see a few more in this area that support that? And if I'm able to find a few indicators in that area to support the fire moving in this direction, then I'm happy that that's right, and then I will advance in the direction the fire came from. Initially, we will advance, maybe in this case we might advance kind of 20 metres or more, and all the way we're just looking for these groups of indicators that tell us the fire is moving in a particular direction. We'll also typically move laterally, left and right, just to make sure that we're not kind of getting funneled down like a gully or something like that that's had some influence on the fire. So we'll move left and right, look for the way the fire might reduce in intensity as it approaches the flanks. And we will continue to funnel down along the run of the fire using that methodology, using those larger scale indicators. And when a fire is moving rapidly with some intensity, those indicators are quite apparent once you kind of get your eye in for them. And you can walk at a pace, normal walking pace, and you can kind of spot, yep, there's one, there's one, there's one, and we can track the fire as we go along. We'll continue to do that, looking at the fire until we can notice that maybe the intensity of the fire is starting to change and it's starting to reduce. And that might tell us, like, generally, that we may be approaching an area of interest. What we did then is we will start to stop and slow down, and we will commence a process called flagging, which means we have coloured flags that we use to mark the indicators. So
At this point, are you moving from macro indicators to
Yes.
micro indicators?
yes, once we start getting that, we're still looking if there are macro indicators, and there often are, but we're also starting to look more at micro indicators. So those are indicators that are much smaller, typically on the ground, things like, and the common ones that we encountered in this fire were one called char differential. If you get a log or a branch laying on the ground, it's laying across the path of the fire. As the fire runs over the top of that dead branch laying on the ground, it will char the timber on the side facing the oncoming fire more heavily than it will char on the back side of the log that's kind of tucked in behind the fire that's protected. So we get a char differential, heavier charring on one side, lighter or little charring on the other side. So that's something we might look for.
Just pausing there, you mentioned flags.
Yes?
Are there three coloured flags that you
Yes.
typically use?
Yeah, so we look for, we typically use a red coloured flag, which indicates a running or advancing fire, which is typically building in intensity as it moves. Then we will use a yellow flag for what we call a flanking fire, so the sides of the fire.
Is that sometimes called a lateral?
Lateral fire, flanking fire, a couple of names. Typically the way a fire spreads is you will get the advancing fire, sometimes called running fire. The head fire is another term that's often used. Will be moving under the influence of wind, terrain, and advancing forward. As that fire is moving forward, the sides of the fire are spreading laterally, and that's what we typically called a flanking fire or a lateral fire. And then
That's the yellow flag?
that's the yellow flags, yes. And then at the back of the fire, where the fire is moving against the prevailing wind or against the slope downhill, we get a much lower intensity fire, and that's called a backing fire or the heel of the fire, and we would typically use a blue flag for that.
Just pausing there, can I invite you to turn to attachment 11, page 419. Do you see there, Detective, a fire spread diagram?
Yes.
Does that depict graphically what you've just explained orally in relation to an advancing fire, flanking or lateral fire, and then backing fire?
Yes, it does.
And the orange is really the yellow.
So typically in this kind of generic pattern, the area of origin is typically in that circle down towards the base of the pattern, which does seem to have a bit of a yellow halo around it. It's a function of the printing or something.
I think I may have cut you off in relation to your explanation of micro indicators. You got to the charring.
Yep. So
What other micro indicators are you looking for typically as you do a ground-based examination?
so this one, as I said, we had char differential on the fallen timber, which is one that we saw often in this fire. The other one is protected fuels. So again, what happens if you get a non-combustible object, such as a rock, or a resilient object like the trunk or roots of a tree or something that's resilient to the fire, you will get leaf litter that would accumulate around that item on the ground. Leaf litter, pieces of bark, things like that. As the fire advances across or around that object, the leaf litter and material that is on the side of the object facing the oncoming fire will typically be more consumed and more damaged than the material that is tucked in behind that object, shielded from the oncoming fire. So when you look at the objects, and you see it really often in rocks and large logs, that you will see across one face there will be little or no material left. Often it can be burnt to a grey colour because the more complete burning leaves a grey ash, whereas in behind the rock you will see bits of leaf and bark that are burnt often, but far less so than on the other side. So that will tell me that a fire has passed in a particular direction at that location. Another thing that we might look for is soot staining on objects. Again, as the fire passes, as we can appreciate, fire produces a lot of smoke and heat, and within that smoke are a whole range of different chemicals and resins and things like that that will deposit staining on non-combustible items, such as rocks, glass bottles, things like that. Again, sorry?
Anthills?
Anthills, yes, yeah, a whole range of things. So that soot staining will be heavier and more evident on the side of the object facing the oncoming fire than it is on the back of the object that is tucked in behind and protected from the object. So we see things like soot staining. So they were the common ones that we saw in this.
Foliage freeze?
Yes, yep. So we've got foliage freeze. Foliage freeze occurs, and foliage freeze tells us more the direction of the wind at that location at the time the fire passed. How foliage freeze works is you'll have a green foliage typically on a tree. The wind at a location will be blowing the foliage to lean in one direction as the wind blows. As the fire passes under that tree, it essentially snap freezes or snap dries the foliage of that plant, removes the moisture from it very rapidly, and you will see that the direction that the leaves were blowing in at the time the fire passed will kind of hold to some degree in that direction. And when you stand back and look at that tree or item, you can see that the leaves or foliage will be swept in one particular direction. And that can tell us the direction the wind was blowing at that location, which is often indicative in the running fire of the direction the fire is being pushed. We can see foliage freeze. We can see a situation of angle of char, particularly on tussock grasses, where you get a tight clump of tussock grass. As the fire passes over it, it will typically be burnt more and lower down on the side facing the oncoming fire, and at the back edge, facing away from the fire, will be less burnt, and the remaining stems will be a little higher. So you'll get this angle of char on the tussock grass. And there was a lot of little tussock grasses in this area, and sometimes you would get clusters of them, and you could see this angular burning of the tussock grass in a particular area, telling me the direction the fire went. There are other ones that we encountered sometimes in this one. There's one called cupping, which is how a fire impacts on the end of a stem or a small branch on a tree. And if we have a stem of grass that is sitting up, and as the fire passes under the influence of prevailing wind or slope, it comes through, the flames are laid over, and it comes through at an angle, and it comes through like that. What you can get on the ends of the stems of the grass is you can get this angled cup, this concave cup, and you've got to get down on your hands and knees often and get a really close look at the ends, and you can see that cupping on the end of the grass. Sometimes with a lot of clusters of grass, you can run your hand one direction across it and then the other, and you will feel that it's smoother to go with the flow that the fire was, and coming back, because there's these little pointed ends, will be a bit rougher. So you can see the direction through this cupping. Cupping also occurs on the ends of branches. If you get a small branch that's facing towards the oncoming fire, the end of the branch will typically end up burnt a little bit rounded, whereas the branches that are facing away from the fire will end up having an angular char on them as the fire progresses. So there's these types of small indicators that we look. In backing fires, and you don't get this normally in an advancing fire, but in a backing fire, you'll also get an indicator called stem fall or grass fall. So if you imagine you have a tussock grass, which has many stems that are all pointing generally upwards, as a low intensity backing fire passes those stems, the ones that fall into the ground that's already been burnt remain intact. The ones that fall forward of the fire and then the fire runs over the top of them are consumed by the fire as it passes. So what you can often see is this cluster of stems that have fallen onto the ground and they're pointing in a direction, where on the opposite side of the plant there'll be no stems. So that tells us that a backing fire has come in that direction, and those stems will point towards the direction in which the fire travelled. So you'll get those types of indicators as well.
Thank you, Detective. Now I just want to show you two photographs, if I may. The first is photograph 46, page 494, volume 2, tab 5. Now that's an aerial photograph looking from Reedy Swamp Road down the easement across to the river flat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see there where the stockyards are, where you may have commenced that ground-based examination or not?
I think that they are just off to the left of the shot.
All right. Maybe then if we move back to photograph 44, page 492, does that allow you, if a copy was provided to you, to mark, doing the best you can, where you believe the stockyards were, where you parked the vehicles and commenced ground-based tracking exercise?
I'm just trying to make reference to it in relation to the curve in the road.
Don't trouble yourself too much. Inspector Barnes has undertaken a similar exercise.
Yes. You can see the road there on the left of the shot that essentially kind of curves round to the right a little bit, then takes a hard left. Those stockyards, I believe, are just in front of where the road takes the hard left.
Well, we'll work off attachment 12, page 420.
Yes.
Which is, there's an overlay of a topographic map over a satellite image, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if we just start with A through to E, when you undertook that tracking exercise with Inspector Barnes, were you at that point on a ridge line, or had you started to go down slope?
Where we entered the road, the area near those stockyards, was up high. It was an elevated position. As we moved A along to B, and then as we kind of moving from B to C, we started to track down into a gully and swing to the right. So as we swung to the right, as we moved through C and D, we were tracking downhill and moving to the right, which went into a gully. So where the arrow tip from F is, that's pretty much in the base of a gully.
Thank you. And what observations did you make generally in relation to sort of B and E in terms of fire progression?
Sorry, B
through to E.
B through to E. The fire intensity was greater through there. It was a much more intense fire. It was coming up the top of a ridge.
Yes.
And then as we got down to F, it was quite intense. And then we noticed a significant drop in intensity as we looked from F back up towards G.
Okay. And was that because it's moving down slope?
Yeah, it's
G down to F, which was the sort of the bottom of the gully.
G and H again were up on more elevated ground, and F was down in the bottom of the gully. So as the fire had moved from G down towards F, it had dropped in intensity because of the downward slope and protection also from the prevailing wind. As you get down into the gully, you're a bit shielded from that prevailing kind of northwesterly wind.
Now, from G you move to H and I.
Yes?
The fire seems to be taking a slightly different direction at that point.
Yes.
Can you explain why?
So we kind of topped the rise near G, and the fire seemed to be coming, pretty much across from the easement. And as we got there's a fence, an old fence line in through there, which you can kind of see just below H and I. As we got near there, the fire seemed to the run of the fire seemed to swing to the left, and more down. Initially, we were tracking it towards pole C, although from where we were at G, we can't see any of the poles. But we were tracking it more towards pole C, and then as we got to H and I, the fire seemed to swing to the left and point us down more towards pole B. And that's pretty much the area where we started to flag the fire. Prior to that, we were walking the fire, we were identifying the indicators, making a few notes about the indicators, but we weren't flagging because we knew that we were satisfied we weren't near the origin yet. But as we came over to G, H and I, and we noticed that shift in direction and the intensity of the fire started to change a little bit, that we thought this is a good place to start flagging and looking much more detail of those micro indicators.
When you refer to the fire intensity in effect diminishing, does that raise your index of suspicion that you may be getting close to a general area of origin?
Yeah, particularly because we're looking at a fire that is advancing up a hill and is under the influence of the prevailing wind, yet the intensity was still a little bit lower than it might be further down. So we were starting to think that maybe we're looking at approaching somewhere where the fire might have started. So we kind of slowed down and started looking in greater depth at the indicators.
When you got to H and I, did you start at that point in time to look for any micro indicators beyond those towards the easement in the vicinity of pole C and D or not?
Sorry, just...
So you've said that from your tracking exercise, you were sort of heading back towards pole B.
Yes.
I'm just asking whether you walk beyond that general area of H and I, heading back down slope towards the easement where pole C and D are located, looking for fire behaviour indicators in that general area. Or
We at that time we didn't walk. When we felt that the run of fire had swung to the left, we followed that run. We didn't walk down the hill, down to the easement near C or D to specifically look at the indicators there. We followed the run down towards B.
at that point, in the general vicinity of H and I, were there any indicators that suggested that the fire may have advanced upslope from the easement in the vicinity of pole C and D or not?
No, I didn't see any no.
Now, did you suspend the ground-based tracking exercise at I?
Yes, we did.
And the aim was then to resume the following morning?
Yes,
Did it rain overnight?
it did.
Do you know how much rain was received in that area overnight?
I don't have an exact figure. It was possibly in the order of 5 mils or so. It wasn't torrential, but it was certainly enough to make the ground wet and have some impact on some of the indicators.
And just on that, what sort of impact are we talking about, and/or limitations that may be placed upon an investigator tracking micro indicators following rainfall?
So things like those protected fuels that you get, and sometimes the difference you're looking for in the degree of damage to the fuel on either side of a rock is quite subtle. And if this fine ash and debris on either side is impacted by rain, if it's a little bit heavy, that can destroy, damage or degrade some of those indicators. Other indicators you might look at are like white ash deposits on tree trunks, which can indicate a direction of fire. That can get washed away. Those types of damage. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. Some of the very subtle micro indicators you can lose.
Just whilst we're dealing with limitations, rain is obviously one. Are there any other limitations that may be placed on a forensic investigator conducting fire examination either at the macro or the micro level?
Yeah, certainly the time that's elapsed since the fire. We have wind that continues to impact across the fire ground post the fire ignition. That can influence the indicators and can, disturb them. As time goes by, fine ash and fine fuels that have been affected can be shifted and moved and degrade somewhat. You can, I suppose those are the typical limitations.
Do you believe, or withdraw that, do you have any concerns whether any of those limitations or any others may have influenced or impacted your analysis of those micro indicators on the Wednesday after the rainfall?
Probably something else that can influence is, do you know if that ground has been burnt previously? If there was a fire, even a small fire 6 months ago, it can leave indicators that, particularly more macro indicators, that can serve to, confuse the issues. It can be contradictory sometimes. The other issue you can get is if you get multiple runs of fire that cross over the top of each other, that can be very difficult to discern. Because you're getting one set of indicators, going in one direction at a particular intensity of fire. If you get another run of fire that crosses or collides with that original run, if it's of greater intensity or a different intensity, it can kind of nearly overwrite to some degree some of the indicators that you might see. And that can be very difficult to pick up sometimes if you've had multiple runs of fire through one area. So there are some of those limitations.
Well, just dealing with those and returning to my question, do you believe any of those limitations may have influenced your observations and/or conclusions that you drew on either the Tuesday or the Wednesday when you're undertaking that tracking exercise?
Yeah, I think, and it wasn't until many months post this fire that I was able to have access to a huge amount of other evidence, photographs and witness reports and that this some kind of conflict started to arise between the vicinity of Pole B, where Inspector Barnes and I initially tracked the fire, and the vicinity of Pole C, where photographic evidence and other witness accounts put the fire more towards Pole C. And there were some other aspects of my investigation, examining the trees, which I'm sure we'll discuss, there's a little bit of conflict that arose later on as to why did we track the fire to the vicinity of Pole B, yet there is substantial evidence that arises later in the investigation that puts the fire closer to Pole C. And I've thought long and hard about this because, I'm a little bit annoyed with myself that did I miss something? And I think the most logical explanation that I can come up with in terms of what may have occurred that has thrown that tracking of the fire off is the possibility of a secondary ignition lower in the easement later on in the day in the vicinity of Pole B. There is a statement by a witness, Andrew Parsons, who was involved in property protection around 580 Reedy Swamp Road later in the day, around 4:30 p.m. And he describes that the wind was extremely gusty, swirling, and he actually uses the term the potential that the fire had either run or spotted lower down into the easement. There is an isolated area of burning adjacent to 580 Reedy Swamp Road, which is not connected to the main fire in any way. There's a small burnt patch just next to the house, between the vehicle track and the house, that's not connected in any way to the main fire.
Just pausing there.
Yep.
Have you excluded a backburn in that area?
I made a lot of inquiries through Detective Alcanza because you'll see in my initial statement that I hypothesised that may have actually been a backburn that was put in to protect the property around 580. But since my initial report, I was given access to the statement of Andrew Parsons, which talks, he says he was there and absolutely they didn't put a backburn in, but he raises the possibility of some spotting occurring in that area as a result of the swirling winds later in the day. So as a result of that, I'm more leaning now towards that and I think this isolated burn adjacent to 580 tells me that there's been a secondary ignition there by some mechanism, and a spot fire from swirling embers in the easement down there is a logical possibility. If we had a secondary ignition somewhere in the vicinity of pole B later in the day, we see that the wind at around 5 o'clock shifts from northwesterly to more westerly. Now, a more westerly wind is pretty much running from the lower part of the easement diagonally up the hill. So from 580, not directly towards the coast, but more up the hill, up the easement, which if we had a spot fire from swirling wind later in the day down in the vicinity of pole B that is influenced by a more westerly wind, that is going to drive that fire up that slope, and the run of that fire will collide with the original run of the fire if it originated at or near pole C, if that makes sense.
We might get into this in a little bit more detail.
Yeah.
I might need to take you to some photographs, Detective. Just tying off the topic around limitations, and I'm not suggesting this at all, but how do you deal with the concept of groupthink? You're tracking with other people, Inspector Barnes.
Yes.
How do you resolve conflicts, or how do you ensure that you're not perhaps being led down a garden path, so to speak, which could be wrong?
Yeah, look, and the way Inspector Barnes and I conducted the examination, and this is the way that I would with any other examiner, whether it be from the RFS or, often we'll send 2 police forensic examiners, is that we will individually identify indicators, we'll point them out to each other, and we'll have a discussion about those indicators. I'll say, I see this and it's telling me that. And what do you think, Angus? Or what do you think, whoever you're with? They'll go, yep, absolutely, see exactly what you've got there, in complete agreement. And then we'll go, okay, excellent, let's move on. If we, and this happened on a number of occasions, if we, one of us pointed out an indicator and said, I think this is showing the fire advancing this direction, and the other said, I'm just not seeing it, then we would discount that indicator. We say, all right, put it out of your mind, park it, let's look for something else. So if we were if we didn't agree on a particular cluster of indicators, we would discount that, and then we would move laterally in the fire or advance a little bit, back a little bit, and we would find something else until we agreed on it. So there were often individual indicators that we didn't agree on, so we just excluded them from our investigation. If at any point we really came to that thing where Angus or Inspector Barnes said, I think it's going this way, and I was in a different direction, then we would have just parted company and gone our separate ways and had a chat about it later. And I would have gone and, I'm sure that I would have gone and looked at what Angus followed, and he would have come and looked at what I followed, and we would have some discussions. But in the end, if we disagreed, we disagreed.
So in relation to this exercise, you reached your own conclusions independent of the other?
Yes.
Can I ask you, please, Detective, to turn to page 421, which is attachment 13 to your first statement, volume 1, exhibit 1.
Yes.
Now, we see there H through to L.
Yes.
At this point in time, are you tracking micro indicators?
Yeah, there are still some macro indicators in this area, particularly like angle of char on the odd tree, things like that, but we're more getting into those micro indicators, the protected fuels, the soot staining, char differentials, things like that.
Now, the arrow depicts the direction of travel.
Yes.
At J and K, did you identify any indicators that were suggestive of lateral or flanking fire?
No, well, what you see there is you've got on one side of the area, as we're moving on that map, as we're moving essentially right to left, moving down along IJK, we've got the cleared area of the easement to one side of us, or would have been on our right, and then we've got this fence line which you can see like a bit of a cleared line to our left. At this point, we were moving left and right across between those two areas, trying to identify flanks of fire as we were also advancing down the hill. And that's what's sometimes referred to as a serpentine search pattern, where you snake left and right across identifying the flanks on either side, and then identifying the run and just moving in as you go. Typically, the flanks start to tighten up. So we were seeing evidence of flanking fire, like say, adjacent to J and K on the easement. On the edge of the cleared section, there was evidence of some flanking fire there. Coming out from that central area where J and K are, and there was evidence of some flanking fire on the left side as well, where that cleared fence line is.
Now, can I take you into your statement, page 319, paragraph 76. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Now, immediately above that, you've set out what you saw in the general location of I through to L.
Yes.
And then in 76, you've formed the opinion that likely origin was in the easement in the vicinity of pole B.
That's correct, at that time.
And was that consistent with, firstly, the V pattern to which you spoke about yesterday?
Yes, yeah. I mean, utilising that V pattern on the large scale spread is very approximate. That will, as the fire develops and spreads over many kilometres, it can often spread in a V. Utilising that to guide you towards an area of origin is in no way specific, and that V pattern could have been taken us down to anywhere in and around that easement.
And more importantly, was it consistent with what we see at page 311, which is attachment 11, which was the fire spread diagram to which I took you earlier?
Yeah.
Now, did you have I withdraw that. Generally speaking, in terms of the concept of a general area of origin, would you describe that as the easement to which we've been referring to today and yesterday?
Yes, certainly. I mean, the general area of origin in this is the easement somewhere between pole B and pole D was my feeling at the time. But more specifically, at that time, with that information, B was my focus.
And is there a distinction between a general area of origin and a specific area of origin?
Yes, certainly. You can track a fire, and different fires will take you down to different size area of origin. Some fires you may be able to track it down to within a few metres. Other fires you might not get it any closer than the size of a football field. It just depends on the nature of the fuel, loads, the intensity of the fire, a whole range of factors. How the fire behaves can sometimes limit, how tight you can get that.
And at the time that you prepared your statement on the 24th of February this year, was it your opinion that the specific area of origin was in the vicinity of pole B?
At the time I prepared my statement, no. At the time I prepared my statement, I felt that the specific area of origin was further up the easement, more in the vicinity of pole C.
But at the time that you did the ground-based tracking examination, you were drawing conclusions based on observations that you'd made in relation to micro-indicators that a possible specific area of origin was in the vicinity of pole B.
Yes, that's correct.
And was that primarily based on those micro-indicators?
Yeah, purely based on the tracking of the fire. At the time, Inspector Barnes and I wound up our ground tracking of the fire, and in the absence of any other evidence at that time, I was focused on in and around pole B.
Now, can I ask you, Detective, to go back into volume 2 to the photographs, and the first photograph is photograph 55 on page 503.
Yes.
Now, just so we're all on the same page, that is a photograph of the relevant easement.
Yes, it is.
You see on the left-hand edge of the photograph a power pole.
Yes, that's pole B.
Thank you. And do you see a fallen tree running across the vehicular access track?
Yep, that was the tree that I subsequently labelled tree 2.
Now, looking at this photograph, Detective, do you see some red flags?
Yes, I do.
And they depict, do they not, advancing or running far?
Yes, it is.
Now, if we then move forward to the next photograph, photograph 6 on page 504, it's a slightly magnified photograph of tree 2
Yes.
with some red markers indicating advancing fire at that point in time.
Yes.
And then if you turn to the next photograph, photograph 57 on page 505, do you see there a number of blue flags?
Yes, I do.
And that's depicting backing fire, is it not?
It's depicting what we interpret as backing fire moving down the hill away from the vicinity of pole B.
Enabling, at that point in time, for you to draw a conclusion, or a possible conclusion, that given those advancing red flags that we saw earlier in the earlier two photographs, that origin may have been close to pole B.
Yes.
Because of that, the backing fire downslope, lower intensity.
Yes.
Now, do you see there, you describe stem fall or leaf fall, do you see any of that in that photograph or not, or is it just too hard?
No, I can't see any specifically in that photograph.
Is the green on the ferns green because the tree canopy was on top of that?
Sorry, what was that?
What's the explanation for the green that's not burnt out?
Okay, so those...
That bracken fern you see there in the
so
bottom
that
right?
fern there is a bracken fern, and the stuff that is green is still green. It's still alive and hasn't been affected by the fire. So that's saying that the fire through that little area there was very low intensity. It's trickling fire that's maybe only centimetres tall, and that it hasn't browned. The heat hasn't had sufficient heat to brown off and burn away the leaves of the bracken fern, because bracken fern is naturally healthy. Bracken fern is green.
Would an explanation be that it was protected by whatever fell on it?
I think we're looking at upper branches of tree 4 and tree 2 are in that area. I don't think that the branches are broad enough to cause that to protect all of those trees, all of those ferns. So I think that what we just have there is a very low intensity of burn in that area.
Detective, just to move forward to the next photograph, different angle, again showing indicators of backing fire, correct?
Yes.
Photograph on 58, and then 59, more blue flags indicating the fire was moving downhill.
Yes.
Consistent with backing fire. Now, I just want you to jump forward, if you would, please, to tab 6 in the same bundle to page 809. And the purpose for this exercise is, in your photographs, I couldn't locate any yellow flags which would indicate lateral or flanking fire. Page 809, right towards the back of the volume.
Yes.
Now, just assume, if you would please, that this is a photograph taken by Inspector Barnes. Do you see on the right-hand edge, top right-hand edge of the photograph, a power pole? on page 809?
Sorry, looking at the wrong. Yes,
And do you see a fallen tree across the vehicular access track within the easement?
so that's pole B and tree 2.
And then as you move from the base of pole B, moving from right to left, do you see a small anthill or ant nest?
Yes,
Do you see a yellow flag there?
yes,
And then as you move from the anthill towards the bottom left-hand corner of the photograph, do you see a second yellow
yes.
flag? Now, those flags depict lateral or flanking fire spread.
Yes. So that's lateral or flanking fire that's coming from further up in the forested area down towards the track.
And that would be consistent at that point in time, given what you've said today, with a specific area of origin in the vicinity of pole B.
Yes, if we take it that we had an area of origin in the vicinity of pole B that is crossed the vehicular track, and there was continuous burning of material across the vehicle track at that location, and has entered the forest area, just below that anthill, and then started to advance or run from right to left. And as it's done that, it's the sides of the fire have moved both towards the photographer, and on the other side away from the photographer.
Now, looking at that photograph, and tell me if you're unable to do this, are you able to give an opinion as to the likely direction of the fire spread at that point in time, given the photographs I've taken to you earlier, which showed the backing fire? We've got some lateral spread here. What direction do you believe the fire may have been moving?
Okay, so the fire was moving at this location from, the vehicular track near pole B on the right of the photograph, to the left, up the hill.
Thank you. And that, in terms of direction, if we assume that the easement runs in a generally northeasterly direction, what direction would that run be, do you believe?
That would be more westerly, west-northwest.
You're opposites. I think we'd be.
Sorry. Yeah, east.
The easement runs northwest, and I think you're saying the fire's running east.
Yeah, it would be wind from the west, a fire run towards the east. Sorry.
And do you agree, just so I'm clear, that the easement runs in a generally northeasterly direction?
Yes.
Now, given what you said earlier in your evidence this morning, Detective, did you undertake yourself any ground-based examination in the vicinity of pole C or D at a macro level?
No.
Not at all?
No, only around, I looked at the trees.
And that's it?
That's it, yes.
Was there a reason why you did not undertake a ground-based examination looking at macro indicators?
Because at that time, I was quite confident in the tracking that we had done down to pole B. And I felt that we had appropriately tracked the fire to the vicinity of pole B, and that further examination wasn't necessary. Inspector Barnes and I did discuss about, at one point, leaving the easement altogether, finding a different run and tracking a completely different run from a different point of view, like not from the stockyards, but from somewhere else, maybe up the hill, just to double check that it brought us to the same area. I was of the opinion that that wasn't necessary, I was quite happy with where we tracked the fire to, so the decision was made, not to do that.
Right. Can I just explore that with you, if I may now? As part of your macro level inspection in and around pole B, did you draw a conclusion that fallen tree number 2 may have come down after the fire had ignited?
Yes, I did.
Having drawn that conclusion at that time, what were you thinking as to a likely cause?
I was still quite open to a number of potential causes. We obviously had the power infrastructure itself, which may have had some fault in it. I'm not an expert in that, so I didn't know whether the transformer and the infrastructure around there could have caused an ignition. And at that point, I hadn't really been able to categorically exclude some person in the easement creating ignition, some accidental ignition from machinery or things like that. And at that early stage, there was still a lot of potential ignition factors that were on the table.
Given that level or degree of uncertainty, can I return to my earlier question, why then not consider other possible areas of origin further up the easement towards Pole C?
I was very confident at that time that the fire had originated around Pole B. My uncertainty revolved around what was the ignition factor at that location. Look, absolutely in hindsight, retracking that fire from a different direction may well have produced a different result that does align with subsequent evidence that became available to me.
Detective, when did you come to a point in time, doing the best you can, where you had excluded other possible causes of ignition, narrowing it down in a sense to likely involvement of the power line transmission or electrical infrastructure within the easement?
It wasn't till 6 or 12 months after, when I'd had access to all the material that the investigation, or all the relevant material that the investigation had produced in terms of statements and reports from witnesses and that type of material. So I wasn't able to categorically exclude a lot of things until, many, many months after the investigation.
Can I just now move to the topic of trees? You labelled or identified 4 trees.
Correct?
Tree 1 through to 4. We touched upon it briefly yesterday, and I took you to 2 diagrams, attachments 1 and 2 of your first statement. Can I ask you to go back into the photographs in volume 2 to photograph 73, which is towards the front of the bundle. I'll turn up a page number for those at the bar table. Page 521. Now, before I move into the photograph, Detective, did you yourself take the measurements in relation to the length of each particular tree, or was that delegated to someone else?
No, it was me. I took those measurements. I obviously had assistants holding the other end of the tape, but yes, it was me.
And that was going to be my next question. Classic tape measure from the base or the stump,
Yes.
to a point towards the top of the tree.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, in relation to tree 1, did you need to do any reconfiguration because of broken branches to get as best as possible, a complete tree to measure?
No, I didn't with that one. I really couldn't see any broken branches at the end that I was confident I could reconstruct. So I took the measurement there just to the end of what was intact.
And from your examination of the tree in the area around tree 1, did you form a conclusion as to when it may have fallen, pre
Yes.
or post fire?
Certainly, there are a couple of factors around these trees, and the main one that I was looking at is what we call an area of protection. If you get a heavy, less combustible object that is sitting on the ground as a fire passes over that area, at the points of contact with the ground, you can get protected fuel, grass, leaves, things of that matter that are sandwiched between the object and the ground, and the fire can't access those and they remain unburnt. So that was one of the things that I was particularly looking for in this scenario. And with that particular photo, photograph 73, that's taken after I rolled the tree trunk to the left, and you can vaguely see a line just to the right of the tree trunk in the ash where its original position was sitting. And the ground under the tree, continuously right through there, is heavily charred and burnt. That tells me that that tree fell onto that ground after a fire had passed the area.
Thank you. Now turning to tree 2, and it may assist if we turn to the next page, page 522, photograph 74. That is a photograph, is it not, of tree 2, and one can see pole B on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, what conclusions did you draw in relation to when tree 2 may have fallen pre or post fire?
Yeah, okay. So there are a number of factors that are associated with tree 2. First of all, again, the absence of areas of protection under points of contact with the ground. But more importantly, if you look at that tree, it's not burnt. If that had fallen to the ground before a fire passed through that area, I would expect parts of that tree to be charred or sooted, particularly the upper branches, which appeared to be a bit rotted in places that makes them quite susceptible to fire. I would expect that it to be fire affected. If we also look at the area of the trunk pretty much in the centre of the shot that's actually suspended above the ground, it's elevated above the ground.
Just pausing there, just so people are clear, that's the portion which one can see some freshly broken tree trunk slightly to the left of the rise, and one then moves to the bank.
Yes.
Of the easement.
Yeah, to the right of that freshly broken material, you see the trunk is suspended above the ground. I looked closely at the ground under that trunk in that location, and I saw that there was evidence of burning to the grass and the leaf litter underneath the trunk, but there was no charring to the corresponding underside of the trunk.
We see that on the next page, 523, photograph 75.
Yes, that's a photograph of the underside of the trunk. There's no burning or charring to the underside of the trunk.
Now, the next photograph, number 76, page 524, does the red arrow indicate the stump?
Yes, it does.
And you've said in paragraph 84 of your statement, the stump of the tree and the first 4 metres of the trunk had completely burnt away.
Yes, that's right.
The remaining main trunk of the tree was relatively free from fire damage, whilst the surrounding area was affected by fire.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you able to explain why that may have occurred?
Yeah.
On that hypothesis?
When we arrived at the easement, the trunk of that tree was still burning, and it seemed to, and it was smouldering from the end closest to the stump, and that smouldering was progressing along the trunk, slowly consuming the trunk of the tree. And that actually, over the course of the first day and the second day, we could see that trunk burning away. And that's ultimately why we had a chainsaw brought in, and the tree, you can see that the tree had been cut to stop it continuing to burn away. So that was just a smouldering of the trunk that was progressing over from the time of the fire to the time that I was there.
Thank you. Now, apart from those matters to which you've just referred, were there any other indicators that you saw that was consistent with the fire passing in that area before tree 2 may have fallen?
I think the other significant one with this is that atop pole B on the uppermost crossarm, there are 2 ceramic insulators. They are used to suspend the line, the number 1 line and the number 2 line. The ceramic insulator for line 2 was damaged and fractured into a number of pieces. Though I located many fragments of that insulator on the ground around the trunk, the fallen trunk on the ground. I looked at that, and the only mechanism I can see for that damage being caused to that insulator is the tree striking the insulator, shattering the ceramic. When I looked at those fragments that were on the ground, those fragments were unaffected by fire. And when I say unaffected, granted that ceramic material like that is very resistant to heat. It's fired in a kiln at thousands of degrees, but it doesn't preclude it from being soot stained as a fire pass, soot and discoloured. As Inspector Barnes and I saw hundreds of rocks and things within that area as a macro indicator had heavy soot staining on them. I would expect if those fragments of insulator were in the grass below the pole at the time the fire passed that area, that they would be discoloured and soot stained. The other element that was absent was an area of protection. When I turned over those fragments and looked underneath them at a very kind of micro level, the grass and combustible material under those fragments was burnt. So the fact that there was no areas of protection underneath, and the fact that those pieces of ceramic were not discoloured and soot stained, tells me that those pieces of ceramic fell to the ground after the fire had passed that area.
Yep. Just for the benefit of Her Honour and others, can I ask you to turn to page 521, photograph 81? Sorry, 529, my apologies. Photograph 81. Do you see there at the bottom of the photograph, near the red arrow head, one of the ceramic insulator fragments to which you've referred?
Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn the page, is that a close-up photograph of one of those ceramic fragments?
Yes, that's a close-up photograph of the one depicted in the previous image.
Now, just dealing with your evidence you gave a minute ago in relation to why you drew the conclusion that the insulator fragments may have come down after the fire, you proffered two concepts. One is the absence of discoloration or staining.
Yes.
Just dealing with that one, it had rained overnight, had it not?
Yes, it had.
Could that rain have washed away any discoloration that you would ordinarily expect to be seen on the ceramic fragment?
No, it wouldn't. The soot staining it adheres very strongly to non-combustible objects like that. And as we saw, we examined many rocks and other things in the area as part of the thing, which had been exposed to the same rain, and they remained heavily soot stained. And in fact, I've walked fire grounds, months, if not years after a fire, and seen non-combustible material, bottles, rocks, things like that, that still bear the soot and staining and discoloration from the passing fire. So,
if it had been soot stained and light rain, you would have seen the light rain inside in the soot.
well, yeah, because I think we need to differentiate between particles of ash that kind of stick to the outside of it versus soot staining. Soot staining is very minute particles that are contained within the smoke that is given off from the fire, and they, because of the heat, and when grasses and the like burn, the smoke also contains a whole range of materials, different resins that are being driven out of the grass, and moisture, and that in combination with the carbon particles of soot adhere very strongly to non-combustible material. And that's what I would expect to see. And as you can see from this photograph, this piece of ceramic insulator is pristinely clean.
So it didn't even get any soot on it in situ?
No, yeah. No, it didn't get any soot on it up there, because the fire at this location was quite low in intensity.
Now, turning to the next photograph, is that the same, that's photograph 83, page 531, is that the same ceramic fragment that we were observing at photograph 82?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you turn that ceramic fragment over?
Yes, I flipped it over, yes.
And you've identified in your evidence and also in the caption to the photograph that there was burnt ground underneath that, therefore no protected areas,
Yes, that's correct.
suggestive of the fire having passed through before it had come to the ground.
Yes.
Again, just dealing with that idea, do you think any runoff from any rain could have had any bearing on what one may see in the photograph?
No, I don't think so. Once ground, you can clearly see that there are still fragments of fine grass and bits of combustible material that are still present underneath the piece of insulator, and they're charred.
Doing the best you can, Detective, how many shards did you identify in and around Pole B?
6 or 8?
And did you undertake a close examination of each of those 6 or 8 to look for discoloration, sooting, firstly?
Yes.
And was there an absence in each of those 6 or 8 of discoloration or sooting?
Yes, there was.
And in relation to those 6 or 8 fragments, did you turn each and every one of those over looking for any areas of
Yes, I did.
burnt ground or unburnt ground?
Yes, I did. And there was no areas of protection under any of them.
And do we see, just by way of further example, photograph 85, page 533, one of those other ceramic insulator fragments
Yes,
that you saw, and photograph 86, page 534, was one that had been turned over.
yes, the same one turned over, yes.
Now, based on those micro indicators and of the fragments and the inspection of the tree, did you form a conclusion as to the likelihood as to when tree 2 may have come down, before or after the fire?
Formed the opinion that tree 2 had fallen after the fire had passed through that area.
Now, have you had in recent time an opportunity to consider some reports by Professor Trevor Blackburn?
Yes, I have.
And in summary, does Professor Blackburn hypothesise that tree 2, when it has fallen onto pole B, and the top of the tree has been caught or suspended in the cross arms of pole B? Generally speaking,
Yes,
do you understand that's what his hypothesis is?
yes.
And that he relies upon that hypothesis, does he not, to explain why it is that the ground in and around or beneath the cross arms to pole B may have been burnt when the insulator shards have come down?
Yes, he does.
Based on your experience as a senior fire forensic investigator, what, if anything, do you have to say in relation to that hypothesis?
The comment I would have to say around that is around these fragments of insulator. Whilst it's, possible that a tree hangs in the power lines, the fragments of insulator do not. They fall immediately to the ground upon being struck and broken off the insulator. So again, because of the matters we've discussed, those fragments of insulator fell to the ground after the fire had passed, meaning that the tree struck the insulator after the fire had passed.
In short, Compass, you don't agree with the hypothesis for which Professor Blackburn contends?
No, I don't.
Can I turn now to tree number 3? And this is dealt with in paragraph 90, Detective, of your statement. What conclusions did you reach in relation to whether or not tree 3 had fallen before or after a fire may have passed in its general area?
Formed the same conclusion with this tree as the previous two, that it had fallen after the fire had passed in the area. For similar reasons, absence of area of protection under the tree, but also with this one, we can see that there are remains of the stump in that photograph, which is photograph 90 of my statement.
photograph 90 on page 538.
Yes, that's correct. We see a photograph there of the stump of the tree and the associated trunk. We can see there, whilst some areas of the trunk and the stump are charred, at the point where at points where the trunk has broken away from the stump, you can see areas of timber that are not burnt. That they are kind of a reddish colour, and they're not burnt. You can also see a section of a root coming off the trunk of the tree, pointing towards the bottom of the photograph, which is also not burnt. That tells me that there has been some fire activity around the stump and the trunk of the tree when it's vertical and it's charred the outside, and subsequently when the tree has fallen and broken the timber, it's exposed fresh unburnt timber which has not been affected by fire at any later stage. That tells me again that that break has occurred after the fire's passed that area.
Now, moving then to tree 4, which commences in terms of the photographic evidence, photograph 93, 541. Now, the ground there looks relatively wet.
Yes.
We don't see any micro indicator flags, for which you've explained earlier today. Was it raining at the time? I just noticed that
Yes, it is.
police officers got the wet weather gear on.
It was raining right through this examination of tree 4.
Now, turning to the next photograph, photograph 94, if you look at that photograph, are you able to identify any micro indicators which may assist in terms of fire behaviour? And it may be easier if you go to the document itself.
Yes.
It might be clearer than on the screen.
I think what I can comment on there is that we have a very low level of intensity of fire in the foreground on the slope moving down towards the vehicle track, because you can see that there are a number of small shrubs there which are, have the tops of them, whilst they are discoloured and browned, they are not burnt away. So that is a very low intensity of fire. That could be associated with a backing fire moving down that slope towards the, or it could be associated with, just a very low fuel load. There also may be some foliage freeze in some of the small trees, particularly kind of centre of shot. There is what appears to be a small, it's a casuarina, like a native pine type tree.
I might just provide, so that this is clearer, with a copy of photograph 94, if we have a spare copy available, for you to mark with precision what you're looking at and why it may be consistent with backing fire, for example. Do we have a spare copy of photograph 94?
Take this.
You're right, I do note the time. Maybe I can get some copies made at the morning tea adjournment, because there are a number of photos that I think I'd like to take this detective to.
Now we'll get the copies made for your marking later. Now, all right, we'll adjourn for 20 minutes, please.
May it please the court.
Silence, please, all of them.
94.
Silence, please, all stand.
Where are those documents?
Coroner's record is resumed.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Ron, I'm just waiting on some
Yes.
documents. Are they ready or not? Have they been copied? Um, I'll move to another topic here, and I'm just waiting on some copies to show the detective. Now, in relation to tree 2, before you undertook your exercise of measuring the length of that tree, did you have to reconfigure it or reconstruct it in some way?
Tree 2?
Sorry, my apologies, tree 4.
Yeah, tree 4. I took 2 sets of measurements for tree 4. I measured the intact portion of the tree as it was and took some measurements from there. Then I examined a few of the larger pieces of branch that were laying around the end of tree 4, and I was able to fit some of those into the broken ends that were still intact on the tree, and then take a second measurement, which gave me obviously a longer length for that tree. So I determined that with some of the fractured pieces fitted back into the end, I was able to identify what I would call a minimum height for that tree. I believe the tree may have been higher than that because I was only able to reconstruct some of the larger portions. There may well have and likely to be smaller portions beyond that I was not able to fit back together.
And did you come in terms of a minimum height?
Yes.
Length in the order of 21.5 metres?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll come back to tree 4 in a moment. I just hand to you, Detective, a small bundle of photographs and one for your honour, and I'll pass copies to my learned friends, and if I could request that the court officer provide copies to counsel in courtroom 2.
Has court 2 got?
Just one copy per counsel, if that's feasible, because there are other people who need copies. So one per group, if that's possible. Now, we'll just wait for the court officer to provide those copies to counsel in courtroom number 2, Detective. But very quickly, do we have there a number of photographs, your photographs, photograph 94, 95, 97 and 100?
Yes, that's correct.
4 photos in total pages in the brief they're found at page 542, 543, 545 and 548.
That's correct.
During the morning tea adjournment, were you provided with copies of those 4 photographs and asked to mark on each photograph any micro indicators that you consider consistent with particular fire behaviour by viewing the photographs?
Yes, I was.
And did you undertake that task?
Yes, I did.
And do we see on the first photograph, photograph 94 on page 542, some handwritten annotations?
Yes, that's my...
And they are yours?
Yes.
Can we start with the top notation, which reads foliage freeze?
Yes.
Has court 2 been given the marked images?
Yes, they have, Your Honour.
Have we able to get this up on screen for the remote? Can the remote people, viewers, see these images?
No, unless we put it on the scanner.
I thought that's what we were going to do. Okay.
There's a copy. Do you need that? No.
Go. Thank you.
There's a spare. That is in fact the original, and I'll tender that in due course. In fact, I'll tender it now, Your Honour, so then the court officer, if need be, can use the court exhibit to project it onto the screen.
All right, what exhibit number? All right, the photographs 94, 95, 97 and 100 from the brief of evidence pages 542, 543, 545 and 548 have been extracted and marked by Detective Sergeant Harris, Exhibit 2.
I please the court. Detective, you've got a copy that you can see clearly before you. It's now up on the AVL screen. Starting with the top notation, foliage freeze, you've circled what appears to be a sapling or a juvenile tree or shrub. What is it about that particular vegetation that leads you to the belief that it's consistent with foliage freeze?
So this is appears to be a young casuarina, which is essentially a native form of a type of a pine tree. The needles of that seem to be swept from right to left in the photograph, and as I explained before, that foliage freeze occurs when wind is sweeping the foliage in a particular direction. The fire passes underneath, and the heat from the fire kind of dries the foliage out and freezes it in its position. So that one seems to be swept right to left. It's a little bit hard to say whether it's directly in line with the easement or a little bit, away from us up the hill, but it's certainly kind of generally right to left, which would,
Right
up the hill.
Photograph.
Yes.
It'd be better to use compass points for the direction.
So it's probably being swept towards the northeast.
Or east?
Yes. It's a bit hard to tell the exact orientation in the photograph.
For my part, if you were to put a pen or something along the edge of the easement, and we know that runs at a generally northeast direction, does that assist or you enable to proffer a view as to likely direction of travel, having regard to the foliage freeze to which you've identified?
Yeah, okay. I'm just referring to one of my other plans that I've got here, and it would be in an easterly direction. Yes, that's correct.
Now, dropping down to the next notation, you've circled some low-lying shrubs and written low-intensity burn, possibly backing or flanking.
That's correct.
And again, what is it about those pieces of vegetation that leads you to that possibility?
I'll caveat this without being able to, examine these branches and shrubs from every direction. I can't be certain, but typically foliage like that in low shrubs, which has a scorched underneath but is leaving the upper portion of the shrub, particularly when we have regard to the prevailing wind direction at the time and the slope uphill, right to left, that's most likely associated with a flanking or backing fire coming from further up the hill down towards the vehicle tracks.
And in circumstances where you haven't undertaken a visual inspection shortly after the fire, you're unable to say whether it's backing or flanking?
No.
Turning to the next photograph, photograph 95 of Exhibit 2, page 543 of the brief of evidence. In the right-hand corner, Detective, you've written low-intensity backing or flanking with two arrows to what appear to be the first arrow, which is the one furthest to the left of the photograph, another perhaps young casuarina shrub.
Yes, it may even be the same one depicted in the first photograph.
And again, what is it about that particular foliage that leads you to the conclusion that it may be backing or flanking fire in that area?
All four of these photographs depict essentially the same area from a couple of different angles.
Yes.
And they all depict the same cluster of young trees or shrubs which have been subject to a very low intensity fire along that edge. And again, as having regard to the wind direction and the slope there, that may well be, as I said, a backing or flanking fire moving from the left of the photograph to the right down towards the vehicle tracks. And it pretty much same applies through the next couple of photographs.
Thank you. Now, returning to tree 4, you came to a minimum length in the order of 21.5 metres.
That's correct.
Are you aware that Professor Trevor Blackburn has suggested it could in fact have been less than that?
That it could have been less than...
Well, I think, as I recall, Professor Blackburn posits the idea that the tree, that is tree 4, may not have been of a sufficient length to do the damage that one saw at conductor line 2.
Yeah, I'm just referring to my notes. So I measured the pole alignment, so that is the distance from the centre of the stump of tree 4 to the centre of the alignment of the poles as 21.2 metres. I measured, including the reconstructed portions of the tree, from the centre of the stump to the end of the reconstruction portion was 21.5, so within about 30 centimetres of the two measurements. Professor Blackburn, I believe, made some mathematical calculations based on triangulation, which suggests that that measurement of 21.5 may not have been quite long enough.
22.5 or 21.5?
21.5. So the distance from the stump to the pole alignment was 21.2, and the distance from the stump to the reconstructed end was 21.5. He suggests that might not have been enough. The comment I would make is the measurement is to the pole alignment. The cross arms of the poles are, I'd estimate, a metre either side, which pulls the actual line 2 a little closer to the tree. And the height that I state is what I believe is the minimum height of the tree. I believe that the tree is likely actually taller because there are additional fragments of branches laying around the ground that I was not able to reconstruct, which may well have fit onto the end and extended that height.
Just dealing with that, you deal with later in your written evidence that conductor line 1, which is on the western side of the easement, or as you look up the easement on the left-hand side, that there appear to be 2 distortions in that conductor line. What explanation, if any, can you proffer as to what may have caused those 2 distortions?
I can't categorically say that those distortions weren't in the line prior to this incident. However, I would imagine that given the weight and the tension that these lines are under, that distortions of that nature may not, persist in the line over time. But they were very closely aligned with the direction in which this tree had fallen and struck the line. So they were they were directly adjacent to where this tree had fallen. I surmise that those 2 distortions may have been caused by the very upper fragments of branches of this tree striking line 1, but not having sufficient weight or strength to actually break it, but just causing some small kinks or small distortions in the line.
Did you find any evidence in and beneath or in and around where line 1 was positioned that was consistent with that theory at the time or not? In terms of any damage to any part of the tree or anything?
Only the fact that there was a large number of additional fragments of branches scattered around below where the lines would have been suspended.
Have you, Detective, had an opportunity to read Mr Paul Demar's report?
Yes, I have.
And are you and Mr Demar in slight conflict in relation to a particular branch that was found in the vicinity of tree 4 and whether or not that branch was part of tree 4 or some other tree or not?
I've read so much material, I can't specifically remember that point.
All right. I'll move on to the next point, which is really the damage to conductor line 2.
Yes.
The line on the eastern side of the easement, or the right-hand side as you look up the easement. Was, as part of your examination, did you observe any damage to conductor line 2?
So when I examined conductor line 2 in the vicinity of the remains of tree 4, I found a significant kink in the conductor in and amongst the remaining branches of the tree, and where the line had not only kinked but had unwound. The line is made of, from memory, 7 wound strands, and
That's copper.
copper, yes, so 7 strands that are wound together. This significant kink in the line had also unwound to some degree, and I think it's been referred to earlier in proceedings as a bird's nest or a bird's cage kind of appearance. And yeah, I certainly found that right in amongst the remains of tree 4, and I hadn't seen a similar distortion or damage to the line in any other part of the line that I'd, there were some sections of the line that had some slight unwinding. There were other sections that had some tight kinks, which were more artefacts of the collection process later on. But this was quite unique in terms of what I'd seen along the line. And so that drew my attention to mark that up with marker 5 and take some photographs of it.
I'll come to that now. Photograph 100, page 548. Do you see there a branch in the bottom part of the photograph between 2 red arrows?
Yes, that is. That's correct.
And are those arrows pointing to conductor line 2?
They are.
And when you undertook your examination of this part of the fireground, conductor line 2 was located underneath that branch?
Yes, that was correct.
And that line you then followed, and we see in that photograph a marker number 5 in yellow.
Yes, that's correct.
You turn to the next photograph, photograph 101.
I don't have that as that bundle.
Sorry, Ron, my apologies. I'm back. I've moved on from Exhibit 2. I'm terribly sorry. I'm back into Exhibit 1 on photograph 100. Now turning to photograph 101, page 549 of Exhibit 1. Detective, do you see there a closer photograph of marker 5?
That's correct.
And marker 5 depicted, as you described a moment ago, that kink in line 2, which has been described as a sort of bird's nest type distortion.
Yes.
Now, turning to photograph 102, page 550, we have a close-up of that.
Yes.
And was what inferences or conclusions did you draw having regard to the nature of the damage which you observed in conductor line 2, marked by the marker number 5?
Given the significant nature of this distortion, I formed the view that this line may have been subject to a significant force impact at that point. And that may well have been as a result of tree 4 and the upper branches of tree 4 striking that conductor line 2, resulting in this damage to the line.
Did you, as part of your analysis of this section of the easement between poles C and D, utilise a metal detector?
I didn't personally, but I arranged through Detective Alcanza to have a person proficient in the use of metal detectors to run the entire length of the easement from pole A through to pole D, underneath where the lines were suspended. And
why did you have someone undertake that task?
What we were considering was the possibility that you get a phase-to-phase fault, or the two lines are clashing together because of maybe wind or something of that like. If that occurs, that can result, when the clash occurs and you get arcing between the two lines, that can result with small fragments of molten copper falling to the ground, which may start a fire, and they'll fall to the ground. So we...
Just if I may, pausing there, Detective, at this point in time, had you become aware that there was a sensitive earth fault within the protection system?
No. So we were, just exploring all possibilities that might be associated with some kind of issue with the power infrastructure.
And just dealing with that concept of a phase-to-phase type fault, could that also be caused by what's sometimes termed as a blow-in?
Yeah, what would be termed as a blow-in is when you get a branch from the nearby forested vegetation, which is carried by the wind in and lays across the two conductors, essentially making a connection between the two, allowing electricity to flow between the two conductors, which may trigger a phase-to-phase fault.
And as a result of that utilisation of the metal detector, was any molten copper located along the length of the power lines between pole A and pole D?
No, there wasn't.
And have you received, as part of your investigation, any suggestion that there was a record within Essential Energy's protection system of a phase-to-phase fault?
Now, all the information I've received says that the fault that was recorded was a sensitive earth fault and was not a phase-to-phase fault.
As part of your investigation, did you retain an electrical engineer, Professor Trevor Blackburn?
Yes, Detective Alcanza and I worked to arrange that him to be retained to assist us with the investigation.
And why did you do that?
Because I'm not an expert in electrical systems or electrical infrastructure, so we felt that we needed a person who could provide that level of insight that I was just not able to provide.
And as part of that were various items of the electrical infrastructure within the easement disassembled,
yes,
and taken to secure location within the New South Wales Police Force?
Yes, so I arranged with the assistance of Essential Energy's linesmen to remove the lines, the insulators, the transformer and the associated componentry around the transformer on pole B, and we took all of that from pole F to pole D. And I was present and supervised the removal of that with the Essential Energy staff, and I instructed them to, remove portion at a time, where I was labelling it and recording that so that we could later reconstruct that infrastructure for an examination.
Now, before I move into that, it's probably timely to ask you this question. Given what you had seen in and around tree 4 and the damage to the conductor line number 2, did you form a view as to whether or not tree 4 had come down before or after the fire?
Yeah, based on When we rolled the trunk of tree 4 over, there were a number of areas of protection where the trunk was in contact with the ground. You could very clearly see areas that were unaffected by fire. The leaves and material on it were intact. There was no scorching or burning. That tells me that that tree was on the ground before fire passed that area. So I formed the opinion that it was on the ground before fire passed that area.
Now, in terms of the examination of the electrical infrastructure, could I just take you to some photographs? The first one is photograph of Exhibit 1, 221, at page 669 of Exhibit 1. Do you have that, Detective?
Yes, I do.
Now, is that the insulator from the upper cross arm of pole B?
It is.
And is the purpose of that photograph to show damage to that particular insulator?
That's correct.
And was that the insulator to which line 2 was fixed?
Yes, it was.
Now, you referred to some evidence earlier in relation to some broken ceramic insulator fragments around pole B. Were those collected?
Yes, they were.
Was an attempt made to piece them back to the insulator to see whether they...
No,
Fixed?
I didn't.
Right. Any reason why you didn't undertake that task?
Looking at the damage to the insulator above, the presence of the identical material and fragments below, I was certain that those fragments had come from that insulator, and I didn't see any advantage to take the matter further to trying to do a physical fit reconstruction.
Then turning to photograph 231, which is on page 679. Is that a photograph which shows the copper strands that were part of the join between the insulator to which we've just seen and conductor line 2?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said in the caption to the photograph, page 679, showing the broken strands.
Yes.
Where are you able to say where they were broken, having regard to where the insulator sat, or not?
They were...
And if you need to go back to page 669, photograph 221, please do.
One to pole B side. So if you go back to photograph 229, as you said.
Yes.
That shows the remaining portion of the conductor still affixed to the insulator running through the centre at the bottom of the photograph.
Yes.
And this is the insulator for line 2 at pole C.
And as we look at that photograph, one sees the copper line 2 conductor heading up the page, so to speak.
Yes.
When properly oriented, that's heading to pole C or not?
Sorry, this is the insulator from pole C.
Sorry,
It's heading towards pole B.
B.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Photo 228 might be more useful.
Yes, yeah, that probably shows it better.
And then if one jumps forward, please, Detective, to photograph 242 on page 690. Is that a photograph of the kink or the bird's nest distortion that one saw in the photographs earlier between pole C and D?
Yeah, that's a photograph that was taken at the time we conducted this examination, which was in August, so some months. As a result of the need to collect and roll up these many hundreds of metres of cable, that distortion has changed to some degree from its original state. It's tightened up a little.
Now, when, in terms of the two conductor lines between pole C and D, only conductor line 2 was down?
Correct.
Having regard to all the evidence that you've had access to prior to and including the time that you came to do your statement in February of this year, what conclusion did you reach, firstly in relation to a specific area of origin?
Okay, so firstly, I formed the opinion that only tree 4 came down at the time of, or prior to the fire, so that tree 4 was the cause of the problem with the electrical infrastructure. I then considered two potential outcomes of tree 4 falling and striking line 2. The first one is that tree 4 falls and strikes line 2, and it brings down the section of line between pole C and D only, and it brings that down. That is live for some 6 seconds, according to the data, and that live line on the ground is the cause of the ignition of the fire that ultimately impacted on Tathra. The second alternative to that is that tree 4 strikes line 2 and it brings down the C to D span, but the shock wave and the tension pulled on the line also creates that break at the insulator and causes line 2 from B to C to fall. So effectively, that tree strike brings down the number 2 line between B and C and C and D. If that occurs, the portion,
Pausing there, on that hypothesis, the line between pole B and C, if it's been disconnected from its insulator, as you theorise, would also be live?
Yeah, so if we look at that, if we have a break in line 2 at that insulator on pole C, the portion that comes down between B and C will be live because the feed of power in this area is coming from the bottom of the easement up. The portion of line that comes down above pole C, between C and D, will not be live because it's broken at that insulator, so that won't be live.
On that,
Sorry. So if the line at the insulator pole C is severed, then the line, upline to tree 4 is no longer live.
If the tree causes a break in the line at pole C, at that insulator, if the section of line running up to pole D only falls, it's live. If both the section up to pole D fall, and the break here, and the section down to pole B fall, only this one is live because it's now disconnected from that upper portion. I hope I'm explaining that.
But if that's correct, and the wire that falls is B to C,
Yes.
then there's no fire from C to D.
Yeah, that would mean that the ignition would have to occur between B and C.
And C are the insulators with the broken ceramics.
No, the broken ceramics are down at B, yes.
Were any of the ceramics broken on C?
No.
and on that hypothesis, Detective, are you able to say where between pole B and C would be a likely area of origin?
With regard to the line, if we start at pole B, it hangs to the ground into some belly and then makes contact with the ground. And then it runs along the ground up towards pole C. Now, when that line broke, the tension of the line actually caused it to retract some distance, maybe 10 or 15 metres down. So the ignition could have occurred anywhere along where that conductor is in contact with the ground, from the point nearest pole B, where it first touches the ground, right to the end up closer to pole C. But when we look at the photographs taken by Christensen, that Detective Alcanza had some work done in terms of labelling the poles, they clearly show some 15 minutes or so after the fault's recorded, they clearly show the fire is up closer to pole C. The lower edge of the fire is at best about halfway down from C to B.
If you assume the correctness of that, could the absence of smoke, to which I infer is what you're referring to from the photographs taken by Ms Christensen, be due to the fact that in those early phases of fire development, it's usually a much lower, slower burn as it moves forward up that area of the easement, slightly upslope?
What we see in those photographs is a semicircular burn pattern, which is backing from, if you're standing at the bottom of the easement looking up, it's backing from right to left. It's backing in a westerly direction through the easement, and it's issuing smoke. That semicircular pattern is very consistent with the heel of a fire, or the backing portion of the fire spreading out through those fine dry fuels in the easement. I can see no reason that and it's quite a defined edge of the fire right through the easement. You can clearly see the black line, which is the edge of the fire, and the smoke issuing and being blown towards the east. I can see no way that there could be some other small portion of fire down lower in the easement that we can't see. That the shape of that fire in the easement in that zoomed in photograph is exactly what we would expect from a fire that's ignited in the easement up towards pole C, to the right of the easement, and is backing to the left, or to the east, slightly to the east side of the easement, and is backing to the west.
And
Look at that. Sorry, can we look at the photograph he's referring to?
yes, in terms of the photograph that's most helpful to you, Detective, is it the photograph which has the overlay with the police vehicles?
It's the photograph that has the labels on it of pole A, pole B, C, D.
Pardon me a moment, Your Honour, I'll turn that up. It's in Detective Alcanza's statement.
I have a copy of it here. This is the one I was.
Yeah. It's page, Your Honour, let's deal with it. It's towards the back of his statement. Too much paper.
The photograph I think the witness has just held up is at page 13.
Can I, Detective, you just hold that up one more?
It's
Is
marked.
that 1233?
Yes. Timestamp 12:30.
Is it page 160 of the brief of evidence?
Of volume, page 1.
60, the same volume that your statement's in, volume 1. Is that the...
Yes. Yes.
And that, as we heard yesterday from Detective Elkanza, the pole identifications A, B and C was done, if you go one page back to 159, was done with by an overlay exercise, as you understand it? By
Yes,
an officer
Detective.
within your mapping section?
Yes, that was.
And you mentioned sort of a classic sort of U or curved shape,
Yes.
consistent with being at the heel of the fire. Is that seen at the point of the arrowhead of C?
Yes, it's centred around the arrowhead of C there.
Are you able to, if you assume, for the sake of the argument, that the fire started, that is, it ignited in the area of pole B, what, if any, explanation can you provide as to why we may not be able to see at 12:33 p.m. in respect of this photographic image any evidence consistent with either fire behaviour, whether it be flame or smoke or the like, in and around pole B?
If we take the possibility that the fire ignited in and around pole B, the expected sequence of events here is that the fire progresses to the east, or in this photograph to the right, out of the easement into the adjoining forested land, and begins to build in intensity under the influence of the wind and slope, and we would see smoke issuing from the easement around pole B, around the backing fire, and we would see smoke issuing from the forested area from the advancing fire as it progressed. Pretty much exactly what we see up at pole C. I would expect to see that lower down in the photograph, emanating from more at pole B. I can't see any reason that we would have all of that up at pole C, yet an initial ignition at pole B.
I take it then, given what you've just said, Detective, that you put much weight in relation to this photograph in terms of reaching the conclusion you've reached, that a more specific area of origin is further up the easement towards pole C.
Yeah, I do. I certainly, photographic evidence is direct evidence. It's, you know, it speaks for itself. It's not subject to kind of misinterpretation or whatever. You know, I place a lot of weight on this photograph. It also, whilst it conflicts with my initial tracking to pole B, it does align with some statements of witnesses, particularly Mr. O'Brien, who places the fire when he arrives at the easement further up towards pole C. It also is consistent with tree 4, is the tree that I later came to believe was the one that brought the line down and triggered the issue in the easement. So all of those bits of evidence, and particularly my examination of tree 4 and this photograph, lead me to believe that the more specific area of origin of this fire is closer to pole C.
In terms of your two competing theories, which of the two is, in your opinion, more probable? That is tree 4 coming down on line 2 between poles C and D and causing the ignition, or tree 4 coming down on line 2 and causing a severance of conductor line 2 between pole B and C?
I've thought about this a lot, and I honestly, I don't think I can weight one or the other on the evidence I have available. If it is an ignition, if it is the conductor from C to D only coming down, then the ignition is closer down to pole C end on that conductor. If it is the conductor between B and C coming down, then I would put the ignition at the higher end of that area. But either way, it's going to be close to pole C. But I really can't weight one over the other.
Now, just to conclude this area of your evidence, you touched upon it a moment ago and you touched upon it before the morning tea adjournment, just dealing with your initial tracking of the fire at both a macro, then more specifically a micro level back to pole B. Is your explanation in relation to that, in effect, that there was a secondary run of fire?
Yes, that's, I said I've reviewed all the evidence, I reviewed what I got, and the most likely explanation that I can come up with is that at some point later on there was a secondary run of fire from the vicinity of pole B, which is tracked up and across the hill and essentially collided with this run that we see in that photograph. And when I've tracked across the hill...
At a much later stage?
Yes, much later stage, hours later, because we have photographs here, you know, going...
122, I think, on page 163.
Yeah, there's 122, and there is some subsequent photos that are even later than that. And again, they, if anything, show the fire becoming higher up the hill as the time progresses, not down lower towards B.
Can I have those photographs, mate? Sorry, photographs of the spot. Oh, yeah. And a possible explanation in relation to the ignition of that secondary fire run may be the effects of spotting
Yes.
from the main fire further up the easement on your hypothesis?
Yes, with an easement of this type, particularly with the wind kind of blowing across the easement, that, because you have essentially a break in the tree line, which is square, that can cause the wind as it runs across the top of the trees to swirl into the easement, and you get wind swirling in multiple directions within the easement. That's supported by, again, the statement of Andrew Pearson, who is doing property protection at 580 Reedy Swamp Road, who describes the wind...
Andrew Parsons?
Andrew Parsons, who describes the wind as gusty and swirling in the easement in the vicinity of 580.
Detective, if you would turn to photograph 60 at page 508. Do you see a red circle within the easement?
Yes, I do.
And is that the area that you initially thought may have been an isolated burn area?
Yes, that is to the western side of the vehicle track, between the boundary fence of 580 and the vehicle track. When I examined that isolated area burning, it wasn't connected in any way to any other burnt area, indicating to me that had to be, it was likely to be a separate ignition. My initial thoughts about that at the time of examination was that there was also some burning in quite straight lines along the boundary fence of 580 Reedy Swamp Road. So I was theorising that maybe the firefighters had attempted to put a backburn in around the boundary of 580 in an effort to protect that property. And this isolated burn may have been a part of that. Subsequently, after reading the statement of Andrew Parsons, who was actually, and I didn't get access to that statement until only about 3 or 4 weeks ago, that he was involved in the property protection around 580. He is quite definitive in saying that they did not put in any backburn, but he raised the possibility that the fire in that area was as a result of spotting and embers from the swirling winds.
Do you know what time Mr Parsons and his RFS crew may have arrived at 580 Reedy Swamp
I
Road?
believe it's a bit after 4:30, if I'm reading his statement right. He talks about doing property protection at a different address up until about 4:30, and then talks about being dispatched to 580.
Now, when we look at photograph 60, page 508, that area which you initially thought was an isolated backburn, do I understand your evidence correctly that you're suggesting that that burnt area may have been caused by spotting?
Yes.
And are you suggesting that that spotting may have ignited the secondary run to which you've referred in your evidence earlier?
Not that particular spot, because that piece of isolated burning is not connected to the rest of the fire.
And I was going to take you to that. Based on your theory in relation to explaining those micro indicators around pole B, is it your explanation that there must have been a spot fire in and around pole B to cause that secondary run to create the indicators that you tracked back?
Yes, what that isolated area burn tells me is that spotting was occurring in that area. And it's not necessarily that one that created the run from the vicinity of pole B, but given that there appears to have been spotting that was occurring, that there may have been other spot fires that occurred in and around that area of pole B, and it's one of those that is ultimately run up the hill from pole B.
That red circle in photograph 60 is between pole A and pole B.
Yes, Your Honour.
Yes.
Your Honour will see pole A is the first power pole near that loop of the road, and it's faint, but towards the top of the photograph one can see pole B. Now, just finally, in relation to cause, it's a process of elimination, is it not?
To some degree, whilst you certainly need to eliminate causes, you can't make a determination purely on the fact that you've eliminated everything else. You also need to find evidence that supports the conclusion that you've come to. And yes, so I've eliminated as best I can any other cause, and I believe that I've found evidence, relating to tree 4 and the down power line, the faults recorded in the electrical infrastructure, telling me that the ignition was caused by the power lines being brought to the ground.
And as part of that process, did you interrogate your theory as to possible cause of the fire by the utilisation of what's called a sequence of event analysis?
Yeah, so I conducted what's called an event analysis, or a linear event sequencing analysis. And in simple terms, it's just looking at a number of hypotheses and saying, if this hypothesis occurred, what do I expect, based on my experience, will happen? What's the sequence of events that will happen? And then it's a matter of comparing that expected sequence of events with what you actually have. And that can help to discount certain hypotheses and support others.
And applying that process to your examination of likely cause, where did you arrive?
I arrived at the conclusion. I looked at two broad hypotheses. One was that the fire was ignited through some issue with the power infrastructure, versus the hypothesis that the fire was ignited by some other human factor, whether it be deliberate, accidental, whatever that might be. And I looked at the expected sequence of events. If we take a power line ignition, the expected sequence of events is, the first thing we will have is a fault will be recorded in the power system.
And is this recorded in one of your attachments?
Yes, it is.
Statement? It might be easy to take you to that, just so everyone can follow. Your sequencing analysis commences at page 427, attachment 19.
Yes. So attachment 19 looks at the hypothesis that an event involving the power transmission system ignited a fire in the easement on the 18th of March 2018. So I look at the expected sequence of events, and I think the first thing that occurs is some event occurs with the power line, which would result in a fault being detected. That's the first thing that we expect. We then expect a subsequent ignition of the fire, and followed by smoke being issued, witnesses reporting that smoke, fire brigade responding, and fire ultimately impacting on the town of Carthra.
And having undertaken that exercise, you came to the conclusion that the most likely cause of ignition in respect of the fire was the involvement of power lines.
Yeah, that's correct. Because when I explore the expected sequence of event by some other factor other than the power lines, what I see is an ignition by that other factor, followed by smoke, which ultimately gets reported, fire brigade responds. And at some point later, I would expect an issue with the power infrastructure. That fire is going to take some time to build in intensity to the point where the fire may cause a problem with the power lines. Under the easement, the fuel load, whilst fine and dry, is low. So we're only expecting flame heights in there of a metre or so, initially. That I don't believe is significant enough to directly impact the power transmission infrastructure, which is, 6, 7, 8 metres above the ground. The only way I see a fire that is ignited in the area of the easement causing a power line problem is ultimately that fire spreads into the adjacent forest, impacting on the trees, and at some later point causing the trees to fall onto the power lines. But if that occurs, that is occurring a significant time after ignition. That ignition of that fire is not going to cause the trees to fall over within seconds or minutes of the ignition of the fire. We are looking at, I've lit a lot of fires over the years for training exercises, and you rarely, if ever, I can't recall ever seeing the fire cause a tree to fall, within minutes of igniting the fire. The fire needs to get into the, into the trunk of the tree and weaken it and cause it to fall. So with some other factor ignition, I expect any issue from the power lines to present themselves much later in the sequence, which is not what we have. We have the very first thing that anyone records is a power line fault at 12:19 a.m. Followed, sorry?
PM.
PM, sorry, 5:12:19 p.m. And followed closely within minutes of reports of wisps of smoke by witnesses, which aligns, perfectly with what the expected sequence of events would be.
Thank you, Detective. That concludes the examination.
Thank you. We'll take the lunch adjournment, thank you. And it's at 12 o'clock.
Your Honour, I have just one topic to cover that I omitted to before the luncheon adjournment. Detective Harris, if one assumes the correctness of your working theory that the fire, more probably than not, commenced up around the vicinity of Pole C,
Yes.
just make that assumption. Doing the best you can, given your many years of experience, how long do you think it would take a fire that ignited in that area to burn to a point that it might be able to cause spotting?
I think the fire would have to progress into the forested area to get those kind of leaves and fibrous bark and stuff that could be lifted up. And typically it's more likely when a fire is on the top of a hill or on the ridgeline where it's exposed to the prevailing wind to generate those embers going forward. Certainly, you know, on this day with the temperature and the humidity and the wind speed, within half an hour, I think it would be more than up to, you know, getting to that stage, I'd imagine. It's hard to tell.
And obviously, you know, there's a reasonable degree of speculation in this exercise. Yes. I'm just trying to understand that given that those prevailing winds were generally throughout the course of the day bearing either northwest or west-northwest, so that the fire is sort of heading in that sort of southeasterly direction towards the township of Tathra, would you expect spotting from that up that area of Pole C to carry an ember down towards the vicinity of Pole B, as you've speculated in relation to the thesis that may have caused the secondary run? To which
the general direction of spotting will be with the prevailing wind forward of the fire, but what I'm taking into account there is later on the day the wind does move more westerly, but what you're getting within the easement is swirling winds within the easement, and we've got lots of material still within the easement and on its edges that is still smouldering and burning, and it might not necessarily be spotting from the main fire front that has caused that second ignition, but it could be smouldering material, you know, anywhere within the area that had previously burnt that gets stirred up by wind and swirling winds that creates that ignition in the easement further down.
How are these swirling winds generated in circumstances where you've got a heavily forested area either side of the easement, and one would assume, and please correct me if my assumption's wrong, that they would act as some form of buffer to that norwesterly wind?
How you would get it is you essentially have a tree alignment either side of the easement, and you've got wind passing over the top of that tree alignment. As it passes over the top, some of that wind may be kind of caught into the easement and swirl down by the trees on the other side, if that makes sense, to swirl down within the easement, and then, you know, in an area like that, you're likely to have winds going in all kinds of directions at different times.
I take it on this thesis, in terms of convection currents, that's unlikely to be occurring because the main front of the fire has moved on from that general area.
Yeah, at this time, you know, convection currents are typically associated with that advancing or running fire, which is higher intensity, and generating enormous amounts of heat, which are convecting up into the atmosphere, and those kind of currents there. If we speculate that this secondary ignition may have occurred, you know, some hours potentially after the initial ignition, then that main fire front is well moved and probably, you know, the best part of being at Tathra by this stage. So convection currents are not really something that I'm looking at. It's more just the wind being caught in the easement as it passes across and swirling around in different directions, being funnelled up and down the easement.
And could that happen at any time, or does it need to happen at a particular time after ignition, or is that just a feature of the configuration of the easement?
It's more a feature of the configuration of the easement that at any time wind blowing across that easement could create swirling winds with, you know, down under the tree line.
Which then could move down easement a burning or smouldering ember.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Honor.
So, can I ask you to look at your supplementary statement, which is at page 695, sorry, 6,950 of the bundle. You may not have it with you in...
I've got a
Oh, you
copy
do?
myself.
All right. So, the statement is at tab 241, Your Honour, in whatever volume,
Volume 18.
volume 18. The statement, I think, starts at page 6942. Do you have the court paginated version, sir?
Volume 2, is it?
Volume 18.
No. I do now, yes.
Can I ask you to turn to page 6,950?
Yes.
And you see there in paragraph 30, you're describing or discussing the ceramic insulator that you gave evidence about earlier today.
Yes.
And you see the last sentence, after you discuss what you found about the fragments, you say, this supports the opinion that tree 2 fell and struck pole B before the pyre passed that area. May we take it that should read after?
That certainly should. I apologise for that.
Would you like to amend and initial and date that?
Supports the opinion that tree 2 fell and struck pole B after, yes.
So I think Her Honour asked if you could make that amendment.
I have
Oh, you have.
done an
and you
initial
should-
date, yes.
And date it, thanks.
Yes.
4th of August.
And sir, on the subject of corrections, your numbering protocol was that the western conductor in the easement was line 1, and
Yes.
the eastern or right hand, as one looks at it, looks from the bottom of the easement looking up, the right hand conductor was line 2.
Yes.
If Mr. Barnes has described a numbering protocol that has the power lines numbered 1 for the eastern side and 2 for the western side, may we take it that the two of you are adopting different numbering protocols?
Inspector Barnes and I intended to utilise the same numbering protocol. Whether there was some confusion between us or there's an error in the statements.
But certainly your approach was that the western line was number 1 and the eastern was number 2?
Yes.
And sir, I think you were present in court yesterday throughout the evidence of Detective Sergeant L. Carnza.
Yes, that's correct.
And you may recall there was some evidence devoted to the drone footage, and I asked him some questions about the position of pole F relative to Emma Road.
Yes.
Did any of your investigations by ground or air take you over or take you to Emma Road for the purpose of viewing the easement?
We didn't specifically, I'm sure we would have flown close to Emma Road in circling the easement. To be honest with you, I can't actually picture where Emma Road is.
Right.
I'm not familiar with the location of it relative to the easement.
Right. Well, may I ask you then on that topic then to look at photos 50 and 51 of your statement at page 498 and 499.
Yes.
And do you recognise Emma Road as being beyond what's shown as pole F on page 498?
I'd have to take your word for it. I'm not, as I said, I'm not
All right.
I'm not recalling Emma Road, unfortunately. But I do recall that there was a road, back there.
And you provide some span tables, I think, on page 295 of your statement.
On which page?
295 so, of the court book, which is page 19 of your numbering.
Yes.
And the table that's seen in figure 3 provides the distances between the respective poles.
That's correct.
And if one was attempting to determine the distance from pole B to Emma Road, it'd be necessary to start with the second row of your pole distances table, which tells us that from B to C is 113 metres,
Yes.
and follow those distances down. They aggregate to about 480
So if you're
linear metres.
working on the distance from pole B to Emma Road, you'd have to take the distance from A to B and add it to A to E, and then add it to E to F.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, plus the distance from F to Emma Road, which I don't know, but
Yes. And does it ring true to you that the approximate distance from Emma Road to pole B would be something in excess of 600 metres?
sorry, just give me a moment. A to E. 70. 200. Yeah, something like that.
Well, it's 483.6 from pole B to F.
Yes, and then,
Depends how far Emma Road is from pole F.
yes.
Nothing further on.
Thank you. Mr Newton?
Detective Harris, it's right, isn't it, that at the time of your inspection with Mr Barnes from the Rural Fire Service, you considered that the specific area of origin was around pole B?
At the time we concluded our grand examination, I considered that the likely specific area of origin at that time was around pole B, yes.
And you've described the serpentine process that you were involved in coming back towards pole B.
Yes.
Agree with that? And you started at the stockyards on the road, on Reedy Swamp Road.
Yes,
And it's right, is it not, that if there had been a fire that started at pole C, then you would have expected that fire to have run in the direction of those stockyards? Would you agree with that?
yeah, generally, yes.
And so that a run from that pole C area would have been building in intensity towards the stockyards. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And by the time it had reached that stockyards, it would have been burning at a reasonable degree of intensity, given the distance that it had already travelled.
yes.
But when you did your serpentine walk through the fire, you didn't. I'll draw that. As a fire investigator, where you find two runs converging on each other, do you agree that the indicators become confusing at that point?
Yes, they can, yes.
And it's right, isn't it, that you did not find an area of confusion in the indicators in your serpentine walk through the fire back towards pole B?
No, we didn't find any area that caused us any concerns about the run that we were following.
So before lunch you gave some evidence about, with the benefit of hindsight, you would have gone and looked for a second run. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, yes.
But given that you started at the stockyards and were walking back towards the general area of pole C, any second run would have been in that area, would it not?
Potentially, yes. There may have. Angus and Inspector Barnes and I discussed approaching entering the run of the fire, I suppose, to the west of where we had. There was a photograph shown earlier yesterday to Detective Alcanza where there was some significant flame height, that was taken from up near the top of the easement. Potentially we could have entered that run of fire further to the east of that photo and track that just to see where that had taken us.
But can you open your statement at page 313? That's 313 of the brief.
That volume 1, 300.
Yes.
It's the page which has attachment 12 inserted into it.
Yes.
So you can see where you say commence tracking run of, and that location is approximately west or just slightly southwest of pole C. Would you agree with that?
No, it is.
I withdraw that. Sorry, that location is east, or
Yes.
generally east and maybe slightly to the southeast of pole C.
Yeah, that's correct.
And at the time that this fire commenced, the weather shows that the wind was blowing from a northwesterly direction.
Yes.
And in the early stages of a fire, the fire spreads in all directions just for a short period of time. Do you agree with that?
Yes, yes, until it comes under the influence of the slope and wind.
So a fire that started at pole C under the influence of a northwesterly wind, you would expect the run of that fire to run in the direction towards where you commence tracking your indicator at the stockyards.
Generally, yes.
And so at least in that direction, there was no evidence of any second run from your perspective.
Not that I saw, no.
And there was no evidence of confusing indicators to suggest that there'd been two runs going over the top of each other.
No, it often becomes more apparent when you have fires of varying intensities that run over each other. If the fires are of similar intensity, it can be very difficult to pick up that difference and change in direction. And I certainly didn't find any.
And just you staying with that attachment 12 in your report, it was where you got to point G on your map that the intensity of the fire started to diminish. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And that at I and H there were indications of lateral fire, is that right?
Indications of lateral fire.
There were indicators which showed the fire was travelling laterally at that point?
Yeah, at H&I, there was indicators of what I saw as advancing fire coming up from the area of pole B.
But at that point, it was of a relatively low intensity, is that correct?
Yeah, at the top of the hill, it was of a larger intensity, and then as we come down the hill, it diminishes off.
And at that, there was no indication at all of any spread from the direction of pole C at that point?
No, I didn't see any.
And the serpentine pattern that you described, the method is that you walk across the fire until you reach the point where the indicators change from an advancing fire to a lateral fire, is that right?
Yeah, you see a drop in intensity of the fire, and you can see evidence that it's moving typically across the prevailing influencing of wind and slope rather than with it. And then you move back.
So when you get to that point, then you turn in the other direction and go back until you then hit essentially the other lateral side of the fire.
That's correct.
Where the fire's spreading laterally. So where the fire was advancing at I and H, can we assume then that you walked beyond that point and reached a point near pole C where the fire was burning laterally towards pole C?
Yeah, so around I, we would have been moving, as you said, right and left across the run of the fire till we saw that change in indicator, and then advancing and then back across to the other side.
Would you agree with me that if the fire did indeed, if there had been a fire that had started at pole C, is now your hypothesis, one would have expected to find some confusion of indicators at that point to the north of I and H, where the fire the indicators that you observed changed from advancing to lateral?
Yeah, I think, normally you would see some change in indicators. What I'm thinking is that if a fire originated down near pole B and is moving up the hill towards I, by the time it gets up there, it is built some degree of intensity. Where the fire that may have moved from pole C towards I is much more young early in its development. So it's possible that the fire that comes from B up towards I essentially overwrites and runs over the top of the run that had come out of C, and that's what's that I've observed is that more intense run up around I.
But but if that theory was right, then you'd expect there to be a zone between pole C and pole I where the indicators were confusing, because you'd have, on the one hand, a fire burning laterally, and on the other hand, a fire advancing, but perhaps in its early stages.
Yes.
And yet you didn't see that.
No.
After you'd formed that preliminary opinion about the specific area of origin on the day of your inspection, it's the case, as you've explained, that because of other information that became available to you, that you've changed your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, some months after the examination.
And the evidence includes the observations of Mr. O'Brien, is that correct?
Yes.
And you refer to Mr. O'Brien's observations in your statement at paragraph 49, which is at page 297 of your statement. Could you just go to that paragraph, please?
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Brien, you've said that he indicated that the fire was located in the power line easement above pole B.
Yes,
If you assume that what he has reported is that the fire was located in the power line easement above pole B, but below pole C,
yes.
then that would suggest that, would that be consistent with the fire starting between poles B and C?
Well, what that means is at the time he arrived, the active fire front that he could see was between pole B and C. That fire, and we're looking at some, when he arrives 15 or so minutes after a potential ignition, when the fault is recorded, the fire is going to have moved from its original ignition point in that interceding 15 minutes. So what he describes as what he sees is where the fire is at that time, not where the fire started.
But just, if you assume that what he saw the fire roughly halfway between pole B and pole C, then that means that in 15 minutes the fire had travelled laterally, approximately 70 metres or so, is that?
Yes, and depending on where the exact point of ignition was. I was not able to determine whether it was just above C with the line down there, or whether, it was the line between B and C that came down and it was a bit below C where the ignition is. So depending on where exactly that ignition occurs as to how far it's travelled when he observes it.
But it wouldn't have travelled, would you agree with me that if the direction from pole C to pole B is essentially a south-westerly direction,
Yes,
that would be across the wind that was blowing at the time,
yes, correct.
so that it would be a lateral fire,
Yes,
and you would not expect it to move a great distance laterally in the initial stages of the fire, is that right?
nowhere near as far as it would have advanced, out of the easement. So, yeah.
So the closer that Mr. O'Brien saw the fire to pole B, I withdraw that. Are you able to estimate how far one might expect the fire to have developed laterally within 15 minutes from its commencement?
I would only be just guessing that, we've got fine dry fuels, but yes, it's kind of across the prevailing wind and a little down slope. Low moisture contents in the fuel. Yeah, it may have certainly travelled, 30 or 40 metres in that time. Maybe more, maybe a little less. I'm just guessing.
And you mentioned the fine fuels in the easement.
Mm-hmm.
A characteristic of the fine fuels in an easement is that they get consumed in a fire rapidly. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And the fire, would you describe the fuels in there as grass?
Predominantly grass with bracken fern.
And so would the fire within the easement have had the characteristic of a grass fire?
Yes, it wasn't even grass. I think it was more kind of tussocked grass. But yes, there would be some characteristics of grass fire.
And grass fire, as a general principle, a fire moves more quickly within grass than it does within a forested area.
Yes.
And also, it's a characteristic of a grass fire that it quite quickly there can be a blacked out area where the fire was, and it's moved on to a different location. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And the blacked out area won't necessarily be emitting much smoke, will it?
No, it won't.
So that in 15 minutes, the fire can travel quite a long distance within a grass area and leaving a blacked out area which is not emitting much smoke.
Yes.
Just one of the matters that has influenced your change of opinion was the photograph. Excuse me. the photograph which
163?
is at 16.
Sorry,
160.
160.
160 of the brief, thank you. That's the photograph that was taken from across the Bega Valley. Do you recall that photograph?
That's, this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, there was a photo taken at 12:33. Is that the one that
That's
you
the one I
just held
have,
up?
yes, yes.
And that's taken from kilometres away, is it not?
I believe so, yes.
And it's. Do you know what type of camera it was taken on?
I believe it's a phone, iPhone or similar.
So that you'd agree with me that in expanding the phone, you're losing a lot of definition by expanding a photograph on an iPhone.
To some degree, there's pixelation and loss of detail.
And so that there may be, in the loss of detail, in terms of what's being demonstrated by it, I would draw that. The other another piece of evidence that's caused you to change your opinion are the trees and the fact that, firstly, tree 2 showed no protection of the ground underneath it.
That's correct.
And there were the insulators on the ground near pole B which didn't have any sooting on it. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, there was the fragments of insulator which had no soot staining or discoloration.
And it was particularly important to you that those insulators had no sooting as a reason for discounting Professor Blackburn's theory.
That tells me
that?
that those insulators appeared to have fallen to the ground after a fire had passed in that area. And the only mechanism I could see to bring those fragments to the ground is tree 2 striking those insulators, therefore indicating that tree 2 has fallen and struck the power lines after the fire had passed.
Would you agree that another possible, if you, I would draw that. Putting to one side the insulators, would you agree that Professor Blackburn's theory of the tree falling onto the power lines and being held up for a time before the power lines gave and the tree falling to the ground, that's a plausible theory?
In general terms, yes. But again, the issue I have with this is if we look at the photographs of the and the orientation of the insulator, I can't see how the power lines remain intact, yet the insulator is shattered. And if the tree hits the insulator and shatters the insulator, because the shattered part of the insulator is actually on the facing slightly towards the pole in the centre. So for the tree to hit that, it really would have to also significantly strike the conductor that is going through that. Mr. O'Brien states that when he arrives, the conductors between A and B were intact and up, and he specifically mentions them swaying in the wind and parking his vehicle so not to be in danger of the lines falling onto his vehicle. He makes no mention of a tree hanging in the lines or in the against pole 2. So whilst, yes, in theory, a tree could hang for a period of time, given the damage to the insulators, I just see it as less likely.
But at least given the damage to the insulators, it's less likely. But putting that to one side, a tree hanging for a period of time is a plausible theory.
Absolutely, yes.
And just another explanation for the insulators, I would draw that. You've assumed that the insulators were broken when the tree fell onto the line and struck at the moment that the tree hit the line and the insulators, is that right?
Yes.
is it not possible that the tree could fall onto the line, be held there for a time, and then when the line gave, there was essentially there was sufficient force at that point as the tree fell down to the ground to dislodge the insulators at that point?
So you're theorising that the tree is hanging in the lines and then at some point later it falls and does the damage to the insulator during that second movement?
Yeah, so it's a two-stage process. In other words, it hangs for a time, it hasn't damaged the insulators, and then it falls to the ground, and the branches, for example, are bringing down. And it's possible, is it not, that the insulators could have been broken at that point?
Yes, I suppose it is, yes.
Obviously, it's just all I'm suggesting to you is there is an explanation consistent with Professor Blackburn's theory, which allows the insulators to be on the ground at a point after the fire has passed from that area.
Yeah, from what you're saying, yes, that is a possibility.
So I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman, do you have some questions?
Yes, Your Honour. Detective Harris, you were asked in the last question about a possibility. How likely is that possibility?
I suppose when I consider the most significant amount of force, I think, would be applied when the tree initially falls, because it's arcing through a range of movement, building up momentum and speed, and the most significant amount of force occurs at that initial strike. If the tree then hangs for a period of time and stops movement, and then something fails and it falls to the ground, the amount of force that it is exerting up around that insulator at the time it initiates that second movement, I would imagine would be far less than the force exerted from the initial strike. So therefore, less likely to cause damage to the insulator.
Thank you. Could I ask you please to go to volume 2 of the court book at page 535 and to photograph, it should be photograph 87.
Yes?
That's a photograph, isn't it, which has pole C prominently displayed?
Yes, that's correct.
And to the right, or perhaps to the east or southeast of pole C, the ground travels upwards.
That's correct.
From your recollection of walking this area, how steep is that slope?
To the right of pole
C.
C there.
Yes.
It's a measurement of. It's not a significant slope. It's a moderate at best slope. Maybe 10 degrees of slope or something like that.
And it continues up past the front line of the trees? That is, the gradient continues to climb past the front line of those trees?
Yes, it does.
And the base of tree 4 is in the order of 10 to 11 metres back from that front line of trees, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Doing the best that you can, I would ask you please to consider 2 points. One is the base of pole C, and the other is the base of tree 4. And the question that I have for you is, are you able to indicate to the court the relative difference in height between those 2 points? Are we talking a couple of metres?
A couple of metres, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And while we're talking about tree 4 was one of the items of potential evidence that you were looking at whilst you were at the easement, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And at that time, this is 19 to 22 March or thereabouts, you were still exploring, as you said this morning, all possibilities relating to the infrastructure, weren't you?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the trees 1 to 3 were also part of the evidence or potential evidence that you identified.
Yes, that's correct.
Similarly, the pieces of the ceramic insulator,
That's correct.
and similarly the power lines.
That's correct.
And indeed, part of your reason for going to the easement was to preserve any evidence that may have been there, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And you took steps to preserve the pieces of the ceramic insulator, didn't you?
Yes, when I identified them, I collected them actually earlier on in the piece before I did my full examination of pole B. I actually collected those insulators earlier that morning because I observed them there, and I think I needed to get those collected and preserved as soon as I can.
And if you go to page 326 of that volume, and to paragraph 85 of your statement, you talk there about putting the pieces of the ceramic insulator into a sealed exhibit bag.
That's correct.
Yeah. And you've given evidence this morning about the preservation of the electrical lines which were taken to a secure police location.
That's correct.
Detective Harris, it seems that you took no steps to preserve the trees. Is that correct?
We conducted a thorough examination of the trees. We arranged for them to be inspected by an arborist on site. So we made the determination that we could not see any further forensic value to be gained by seizing and retaining 4 entire trees.
So you would agree with me that you didn't retain the trees?
That's correct.
And you would agree that as a result, that has removed the possibility of any other expert considering the trees?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Mr Baroni?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms Johnston?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Smythe?
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Honour, but no questions.
Thank you. Mr Castledine, anything in?
Nothing arising.
All right, Detective Sergeant Harris, that completes your evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now excused.
Your Honour, I call Angus Mark Barnes. Mr Barnes, come forward, please.
Silence, please. Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Just take a seat. Thank you, Mr Barnes.
Mr Barnes, would you please state your full name?
Angus Mark Barnes.
And what is your present occupation?
Present occupation, I'm an operational officer with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service in the far south coast.
And within that organisation, do you also hold the rank of inspector?
I do, yes.
Can I ask, please, that the witness be provided with volume 2 of the briefing of evidence, tab 6, page 695. As part of this investigation in relation to the Reedy Swamp fire, did you prepare a statement which is before you at page 695 of the brief of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And as part of that statement, did you annex a fire investigation report which you completed in respect of this particular fire?
Yes, I did.
And have you had an opportunity to read your statement, which is dated the 28th of March 2019, recently?
Yes.
Are there any matters of substance that you wish to correct within it?
Only the relation to the polls mentioned previously that I got round the wrong way.
I'll come to that. I can take you, please. Well, we'll do that now. It's paragraph 19, if I recall, page 699 of the brief of evidence. Take a moment to read that quietly to yourself, Mr. Inspector Barnes.
Yes, I've read it.
Do you see the second last sentence? Have you got the line numbers back to front?
Yes, I have. There was a typographical error.
Consistent with Her Honour's direction thus far, would you please correct numbered 1 to read number 2 and number 2 to read number 1
Maybe eastern to make eastern, western,
as well?
eastern. Leave the numbers. Just go number 1, delete eastern and right western. Number 2, delete western and right eastern. In other words, they have to be the same as they were, but different ways around.
And if I could ask you then to move forward in the bundle to tab 7, page 865.
Yes.
Did you prepare a further statement dated the 28th of March 2019?
Yes, I did.
Have you read that statement recently?
I have.
Are there any matters of correction that you wish to make in respect of that statement?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Inspector Barnes, you conducted, firstly, an aerial examination of the fire ground between Tathra back towards the easement to which you've referred in, today in the sort of Reedy Swamp area, correct?
Yes, I did, yes.
And was the purpose of that aerial examination to track the location of most damage back towards an area of least damage?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the methodology we follow.
And as part of that aerial examination, did you come to the conclusion, at least at that point in time, a working hypothesis that a possible area of origin was in and around the easement that runs in a northeasterly direction from in and about the area of 580 Reedy Swamp Road up towards the top of Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes, I did.
And you did that aerial examination, did you not, with Detective Harris?
That's correct, yes.
And having conducted that aerial examination, did you identify a point where the two of you could commence a ground-based examination of the fire ground?
Yes, I did.
Could I ask you, please, to turn to your first statement, and in particular to page 862.
Yep.
Inspector Barnes, do you see identified there sketch number 2, indicator tracking path representation?
Yes, I do.
And there's a black unbroken line that has been placed across an aerial image of forested land, correct?
That's correct, yes.
With a number of arrowheads?
Yes.
And do the arrowheads represent the path of travel to which you took on that occasion?
That's correct, yes, they do.
And at the point of origin of that tracking exercise, is that in and around the area where there was a set of stockyards.
That's correct, yes.
And that's, those stockyards were in some close proximity, were they not, to Reedy Swamp Road?
That's correct, yes.
And do we see at the end of that tracking path to which you took with Detective Harris an endpoint within a broken area of forested land?
Yes,
Is that the easement?
yes, that's correct.
And at that endpoint of that black unbroken line, is that where you believed pole B was
That's correct, yes.
situated? Before you undertook that tracking exercise with Detective Harris, had you already visited the easement?
Yes, we did.
And did you do that on the day of the 19th of March, the day after the fire was believed to have originated?
That's correct, we did, yes.
And how long did you spend on that, I think it was in the afternoon of the 19th of March, how long did you spend with Detective Harris in the easement at that point in time?
I can't recall exactly how long. We weren't there for that long.
All right. Did you commence your tracking exercise on the 20th of March?
That's correct, yes.
And can I ask you please to be provided with volume 1 and turn up please, Inspector Barnes, page 420.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you see there a document headed Attachment 12, Fire Tracking Map?
Yes,
Does that, in broad terms, equate to the path of travel that you took with Detective Harris
yes, very good.
when you undertook your tracking exercise?
This is a little bit more technically accurate than mine, but they represent the same thing.
Thank you. And do you, when you commenced that tracking exercise from the stockyards, were you looking for micro indicators to assist with directional spread?
Not at the commencement, no. So at the point represented by Detective Harris's point A, we were looking exclusively at macro scale indicators.
Right. And do you agree, if you assume that the red arrow indicates progression of fire at that location, do you agree in relation to what Detective Harris has identified on that map as the progression of fire in respect of letters A through to E?
I'd agree with B, C, D and E. I'm not so sure about A.
All right. And then, do you agree that letter F was at the base of a gully?
Yes, correct, yes.
And in that area between F and E and D, that you observed indicators of intense fire moving uphill
Yes.
in the direction as depicted by those red arrows.
Yes.
In that area between letter F and G, did you observe, by way of macro indicators, or if not micro indicators, evidence of burning downslope?
Yes, I did.
In terms of G, did you observe in the area of G, and if it assists, I think you may see a fence line that runs near G, any evidence consistent with fire intensity diminishing?
I think from memory that's on the right on the crest of the rise, so it was a little bit lower to the eastern side of the ridgeline, but that a lot more intense on the western side of that ridgeline.
Thank you. When you were in that general vicinity of letter G, and if you need to refer to your notes, by all means, please do so, or photographs, were you getting a sense that you were approaching the origin of the fire at about that point?
No, at that point we were still a fair way away from the origin of the fire.
And why do you say that?
There was still a combination of macro and micro scale indicators. There was also, from memory, having a look at that fence line, there were large windrows of trees that had been pushed over to clear to allow for the fence to be created, which would have created a lot more intensity of heat. It built up the rate of spread from basically point I through to point G.
Just on those 2 points, I and H, what observations did you make there in relation to fire intensity and fire direction?
There was still indicators of fire directional spread, which was taking us back down towards pole B. They were getting into the micro scale indicators there, and then we pulled up at that, I think, point I, because of the failing light at the end of the day, and the next day we only had micro scale to work with after it had rained.
At the time you pulled up stumps on the evening of the 19th, sorry, 20th, thank you, did you make any observation of any micro indicators consistent with lateral spread?
There was indicators that the fire was travelling both up the hill and across the hill back towards the easement from point I and point H.
And how far did you track those indicators of lateral spread?
So I tracked the run from the centre of the run, so following a serpentine pattern backwards and forwards. When I got to a point where I saw indicators heading basically 90 degrees to the main run of fire, I then turned around and continued back the other way. I didn't track them. I don't track them once I get to that lateral line, I don't track them very far into that lateral line. It's just an indication the fire's burning sideways as well as forwards, and that's enough for me to, I'm not in the run anymore, I need to turn around and go back.
Did you make any observation of any indicators of a confusing nature consistent with perhaps the convergence of 2 fire runs?
No, I didn't notice any at that stage, but at point H and point I, we're actually still out of sight of, it's still downhill from pole C, and there's a slight curvature that you couldn't see much on that side of the hill, so we were just looking at the indicators that were present in front of us.
Right. And doing the best you can today, did those indicators suggest that what you saw at I and H was an advancing fire?
It was advancing up the hill from pole, I believe, pole B.
And in terms of intensity, what observations or conclusions did you draw in relation to fire intensity in and around I and H?
The fire was travelling with a bit of a head of steam. There was a lot of damage. There was no remnants of any ladder fuels or any smaller fuels. It was only large trees left and rocks.
Now, you had to down tools because of fading light.
Yep.
Overnight there was rainfall, and you picked things up on the 21st. Did you go back to I, or did you go, and was a decision at that point made not to go back heading towards pole C?
The intent was to continue with the examination we were doing from the day previous. So we entered the run of fire from the point that we left the run of fire and continued following the same serpentine methodology down the run of fire rather than explore around all over the place.
Right, and as you were undertaking that serpentine exercise, did you encounter, as you were heading towards the vicinity of pole B, any micro indicators that may be consistent with the convergence of 2 fire runs?
No, I didn't.
Do you have a sense or recollection at least of getting close to the easement within the vicinity of pole C, or you didn't get down that far?
No, we came into the cleared part of the easement well below pole C.
And as you were undertaking that micro or serpentine exercise, did the micro indicators lead you back to an area of origin in and around pole B?
Yes, they did.
And what were some of those main micro indicators suggestive of advancing fire from pole B upslope?
Can I just refer to my report because I actually documented all the ones that I observed?
Certainly. Do you have it handy?
Yes, I've got my copy here. So the microscale indicators that I observed were sooting on rocks, angle of char in grass clumps, protection and grass stem fall once we got into the backing fire.
And
That's on page 9 of my original statement.
thank you.
And there's an annexure also that covers the vocabulary of definitions.
Inspector, could you turn up page 809, which is photograph 84, towards the back of your statement? Do you have that, Inspector?
So I have it in front of me.
Do you see a power pole in the top right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
Is that pole B?
Pole B.
And the fallen tree across the vehicular access track, is that tree 2?
Yes.
And we see in that photograph a number of red flags. Do they depict advancing or running fire?
Yes, that's fire advancing from the right to the left of the image.
And the right being in and around the area of pole B. And we see at least, I think I see 2 yellow flags, one at the base of a small anthill
Yes.
and one towards the centre of the image.
Yes, that's correct.
And that depicts, does it not, lateral flanking fire?
Yes.
Now, if you then jump to page 818, page 818, is that a closer image of tree 2?
That is closer, yes.
And is the area of origin slightly to the right of the broken tree, which is tree 2?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If you could then turn to the next image on page 819, is that tree 2 that we see in the top right-hand corner
Yes.
smouldering
That's it, yes.
from its base? Advancing fire indicators, correct?
Yes.
And then moving, if we may, to page 831. A different perspective. That's pole B, marked accordingly.
Yes, that's it.
Now, there, were you, from your examination of that area around tree 2 in the vicinity of pole B, to draw any conclusions as to whether or not tree 2 had come down prior to or after a fire had passed through that area?
It appears to have come down after the fire had passed because there was burnt material underneath.
Did you spend much time yourself looking at areas of protection or not as part of your exercise in terms of determining origin of fire or not?
I didn't look at protection underneath the trees as part of my determination, no.
And why was that?
That was conducted after we'd determined at that stage what we believed to be the point of origin at pole B. Police continued their forensic examination of the relationship with the power line infrastructure, and I went and did some work in regards to other fires that occurred in the Bega Valley on that day.
Was it any part of your brief, if I can use that term, to consider likely causes?
It's a mandate that we consider potential causes, and so I've excluded the cause groups that I knew or I believe had nothing to do with the cause of the fire. Once we determined that it was a relationship with the power line infrastructure, we then, by agreement, I stepped aside. It's not my forte. I don't do forensic examination and I have no experience in electrical infrastructure, so I left that for forensic examiners to work out the exact process or sequence of events that led to a competent ignition.
Did you make any observations around the base of pole B of any ceramic insulator fragments?
I recall seeing them, yes.
Did you, given what you said a moment ago, make any examination of those particular fragments?
No Rural Fire Service investigators are trained not to touch stuff.
Did you make any examinations of whether there was any discoloration of sooting on those ceramic
I
insulator
didn't
fragments?
closely examine them because that was a matter that Detective Harris was addressing, so I'll let him deal with that. That's his area of expertise.
Thank you. Now, you've come to a point where you think a specific area of origin is likely around pole B.
Yes, that's correct.
Do I take it from what you said a moment ago that in terms of a working theory as a possible, if not probable cause, was the involvement of power lines?
That's correct, yes.
Beyond that, you didn't take it any further yourself in terms of an examination of any electrical infrastructure?
No, it's not my area of operation.
If we go to page 839 of the same bundle, Inspector, do we see, consistent with your theory at that point in time, that specific area of origin was in and around pole B, do you see some indicators of backing fire marked in this photograph by the blue flags?
I do, yes.
Now, were you in court this morning today when Detective Harris hypothesised that there may have been a secondary run that you and he tracked on the day that you carried out, or the 2 days you carried out your fireground examination?
In regards to this fire that we tracked being the secondary run?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
What's your view on that hypothesis?
Well, at that time that we conducted the scene examination on the ground, we entered a run of fire and tracked it back to this point. So I believe this was the run of fire that ended at the top of the hill and blew into Tathra.
And do I take it that, given your answers to earlier questions today, that on the sort of the 2 days, admittedly they weren't full days, that you've conducted a fireground tracking exercise utilising the serpentines pattern, that you did not see any indicators suggestive of another run?
No, I didn't, but where we were working from, you couldn't actually see the other parts of the hill. So there was no, we didn't track into other burnt area. Once I got to a lateral movement of fire, I turned around and went back across the run to another lateral. So I didn't observe fires burning over the top of each other.
Did you undertake any close analysis of the fireground in and around pole C?
No.
Was there a reason for that?
I'd come to a conclusion at pole B and didn't want to add more confusion or cloud my judgment by having a look at things that I didn't consider to be pertinent to the origin of the fire.
If you assume, for present purposes, consistent with Detective Harris's theory that the fire may have ignited up towards pole C by whatever means, if you please make that assumption, are you able to proffer an explanation as to why there may have been a fire that was generated or originated down towards pole B as you had tracked it?
If the fire had have commenced between pole C and pole D and was burning with the intensity that it was burning, there is the potential for some spotting to have occurred as a result of the interaction with the wind and the power line easement. And there's also the shape of the area. So at the bottom of the hill below pole A is a large river flat. So the wind would have been very intense coming through there as well. So there was intense wind at the top of the hill and intense wind at the bottom of the hill. With a cleared strip in the middle, there's going to be a fair amount of turbulence in that area.
Are you able to say whether it was more likely than not that fire that you've tracked down to pole B has come from a floating ember further up the easement?
To be able to pinpoint it to an ember is physically impossible to find that as a point of origin. I got back to an area probably 3 or 4 metres in diameter, and that's as close as I could get it.
How long do you think it would have taken for the fire to build up to such intensity to enable, with that swirling wind, for an ember to find its way down at the bottom end of the easement around pole B?
Considering the weather conditions and the humidity and the fire behaviour that was witnessed, it wouldn't have taken long for embers to have been taken aloft. And once anything was taken aloft, it could be carried, dependent on the wind and what was occurring with the turbulence in the power line easement.
Thank you. Could Inspector Barnes be provided with Exhibit 2, please?
This is,
Exhibit 2, were you in court, Inspector Barnes, when Detective Harris gave some evidence in relation to what observations he made in respect of these photographs and conclusions that he drew in relation to fire behaviour around Pole C?
Yes, I was.
Can I take you to the first photograph of Exhibit 2, photograph 94, to the top notation, foliage freeze? Do you agree that young casuarina plant may have been altered by what's known as foliage freeze?
Yeah, it appears that it could be foliage freeze.
And do you agree with the next notation that those low-lying shrubs may be showing indicators consistent with a backing or a flanking fire, or not?
Yeah, possibly. Otherwise, it could be an area where there's not contiguous fuel, so the fire has meandered around, finding its way through fuel that can burn. There's a lot of bare earth visible in that image where there was no consistent fire path that's dropped in intensity and moved around.
Is there anything in any of those 4 photographs, Inspector Barnes, that is consistent with an advancing fire from a point around Pole C or not?
On the second photo is marked low intensity backing or flanking. It appears to me to be the tops of trees that could have been foliage freeze. But that's also possible from the backing fire coming back up that gully, because there was a second burn in that gully to the top right of Pole C in that image.
so which photograph number is that?
This
Sorry, that's photograph number. It's photograph number 95.
And you could just repeat that last piece of evidence?
Yeah, the arrows sort of terminate at the heads of small shrubs, the top part of small shrubs.
Yes.
It may be foliage freeze because, from memory, there had been some intense burning in the gully below Pole C. The fire went, once it had backed down on the western side of the track in the heel, it got down into the bottom of a steep gully and came back up fairly quickly and burnt towards that area.
Just so I'm clear, we see Pole C on photograph 95. The western edge of that vehicular track is, in effect, the right-hand side as one looks at the photograph. Are you theorising that there may have been a backing fire going down there initially, downslope, burning with low intensity, and then at a point it's then come back up itself?
Yeah, from memory, there was like a bit of a steep creek line down from sort of well to the right-hand side of that image that ran down around the back of the house at 580 at the bottom of the hill. And from memory, there was, when we got there originally, there was still fire active right down the bottom, and it had burnt fairly hot up that as a secondary fire, nothing to do with the origin of the fire.
And do you draw those conclusions by the charring of the trees some way up?
Yeah, in the absence of any fuel, sort of middle story fuel from that height down.
Anderson, anything else? Given what you've heard today in court with from the evidence of Detective Harris, is there anything that you have heard that alters your conclusion that, based on the exercise you undertook in March of 2018, the area of origin is in and around Pole B?
No, I still believe that I've tracked it back to an area of origin at Pole B, following the indicators that I observed on the 19th and 20th of March.
Yes. Thank you, Inspector Barnes.
Mr. Cheney.
So the last part of your answer to that last question is the significant bit, isn't it? That is that your conclusion about Pole B as being the point of origin was based on, to use your words, the indicators that you saw on that day.
That's correct.
And I think you earlier explained to Mr Castleton that the whatever indicators there may have been in the vicinity of pole C and pole D, for example, were not seen by you because you didn't examine that area.
That's correct. We entered a run of fire at the stockyards and followed the indication of fire directional spread back to a point at pole B.
And is it fair? Is this fair? Tell me if it's not. But you took, or at least to use your words, you followed the area of the fire run back to what you perceive to be the point of origin, and that's where you left the investigations.
Yes.
On that issue.
That's it. And that's a standard methodology. Fire investigators will examine an area, identify a point to enter a run of fire, and follow the indicators of directional spread down the advancing fire by serpentining across to a lateral. So once the fire's spreading sideways, it's not the main run of fire. So we look at indicators of fire travelling in one direction and we follow them in reverse, backwards, all the way down to an area where our directional flags are in a circle. Once the flags are in a circle, that's the area of origin as far as we've determined it.
But just to test the implications of that, in this particular case, because you didn't go to pole C and pole D, it's conceivable, I'm not suggesting it was the case, but it would have been conceivable that you could have, upon cresting the hill and heading towards pole C and D, found, for example, a can of fuel and cigarette lighter.
It's possible, but as I mentioned in my statement, we followed the macro scale indicators visible from a helicopter to a point where a run of fire intersected with a road that gave us an opportunity to enter the run of fire from the ground. We then followed the indicators consistent with advancing fire back to a point at pole B.
But that is an approach with respect that does carry the potential to for you to miss the true point of origin.
That's a reliable methodology that's been used for a considerable amount of time. That's the methodology that all fire investigators, irrespective of agency, are trained to.
And when Mr Castleton asked you about whether you looked at pole C and D, in the course of explaining that you did not, you said you didn't want to cloud your judgment.
Once I have examined a fire and made a determination of an area of origin, I don't tend to wander around looking at other burnt areas in the fire because that only then creates doubt in myself, or I look at things and start to second guess. Once I go in with an objective mind to determine where a fire started. Once I have a belief that I've found where the fire started, that's the end of my examination.
Because we know, don't we, that the area of bushland to the east of poles C and D was burned in the fire. And indeed we know that the areas of bushland to the west of poles C and D was burned in the fire.
That's correct, yes.
And among other things, the photos in Exhibit 2 bear that out.
Yeah, they do, yes. That's also characteristic of the heel of the fire. So when a fire starts at a point, it travels in all directions at the same time till the advancing fire is picked up by topography or slope. But the other components of the fire, so the heel or the backing fire, will continue to burn against the wind until such time as they're extinguished or they run out of things to burn.
But in order to form a view about whether a particular area of burnt bushland, for example, to the west of poles C and D is indeed indication of backing fire, one would first need to look at it.
I did when I followed the fire path across the power line easement and got to an area where I put the blue flags in. That's where I determined there was backing fire. Once those flags were in a circle around what I believe to be the area of origin, I don't track the progress of the fire through the rest of the area that it's burnt. That's not what I'm there for. I'm there to determine where it started.
But again, the blue flags that you planted were blue flags planted to the west of pole B.
That's correct, yes.
What I'm suggesting is that in order for one to determine whether the burnt bushland to the west of poles C and D was backing fire or something different, it'd be necessary to look at that area.
Because I followed the fire back to an area that I believe to be the area of origin, and I concluded my scene examination.
Where's photo 95? Oh. So can I just understand, there was a point in an answer earlier where you said you deferred to, or you left that to Detective Harris's area of expertise, or that was part of Detective Harris's area of expertise? I can't remember precisely your words.
I think I was discussing the forensic analysis of the infrastructure.
I see. Can we just be clear as to what you perceive to be the distinction between your expertise and Detective Harris's?
My area of expertise is the identification of an area of origin and potential cause. Forensic investigators take the potential cause further to line up the sequence of events that caused a competent ignition. So, if, for example, if there was a house fire, I'd go back to a point and say the fire started there, they'd take a sample of the carpet and test it for accelerant. That's the sort of relationship we have with forensic police.
And you, I think you said arrived at the scene of the fire on the day after it,
The 19th, yes.
and there was a short period that you spent with with Detective Harris on that day. Is that right? And then you returned the following day for the principal.
I first met with Detective Harris at about lunchtime in the Bega Police Station, where we had an investigative planning meeting to work out which of the police were looking after the origin and cause, which police were looking to work with the victims and get victim impact statements and the like. And we also set up the investigative team to work out who was doing the origin and cause and who was doing the building impact analysis. So there was a lot of facets of the investigation in its entirety that had to be worked out. So Detective Harris and I started working together about lunchtime. Did that, went out, visited the scene, had a look to find out, because we'd been told anecdotally that there's a possibility it could have started at this point, and the police and the detective from the arson team also had an interest to make sure that if there was anything of evidentiary value in that power line easement, should our tracking of the fire come back to there, they needed to protect the integrity of that evidence. So they wanted to go out and have a look and see whether it needed to be guarded or whether it could be left.
Are you able to recall what was the nature of the anecdotal evidence that you'd heard of that implicated?
I think some of the original callers to AAA said there's a fire in the power line easement. I can't remember exactly the information. It was just one of the pieces of information that we filtered through that said there's a potential for this fire to have started there. We need to check and make sure, particularly what the police perspective was, guarantee the evidentiary value of anything in that easement should it be determined to be the area of origin of the fire.
And the helicopter view that you took with Detective Harris, that was the following day?
That was the morning of the 20th.
And then following the helicopter view, you walked the fire ground?
Yeah, so the late morning and all afternoon of the 20th we walked the fire, and then we concluded walking the fire on the 21st.
Can you recall roughly what the distance of that walk was from the cattle yards across to Pole B?
Short version's too far. I didn't step it out. It was a fair walk, and because we were applying a very precise methodology, and we wanted to make sure that we adhered to lessons learned from other investigations, we processed the scene very, very slowly. We made sure that we had concurrence on indicators, and there were a few that we couldn't agree on, so we discarded those. We looked for clusters of indicators as opposed to individual indicators in isolation. So it takes a while to process that. Once we've identified indicators, we have to take a photo of a line of flags across the entire run, and then photograph and record the details of each individual indicator that we flagged, and then identify more further down the run of fire towards the area of origin and repeat the process. It's a very slow, methodical process, particularly for a fire of that scale.
Did you have people there to carry and place the flags at your direction, or were you?
No, I put them in. Yeah, Detective Harris and myself put them in. I had an offsider who was taking contemporaneous notes on my behalf. So there was two RFS investigators, 2 forensic police, and a detective from the arson team. That was the 5-man team that worked on that to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
And not a very comfortable walk, I gather, given the steepness of the terrain.
Part of the job.
But was one of the 5 members of the team, Detective Sergeant Justin Marks?
No.
Because you identify just Detective Sergeant Marks in paragraph 9 as
Yes.
telling you that he had the role of officer in charge.
Yeah, so he was the police officer charged with the oversight of the entire investigation at that point. So as at 7 o'clock on Monday morning, I think, when I first spoke to him, he was the officer who was getting it all together and putting together all the bits and pieces that needed to be done to have an extremely thorough investigation. He wasn't part of the forensic scene examination of the fire. He was just there to make sure that all the components of the investigation were covered.
And did his involvement, as you understand it, was it confined to that first day only, after which Detective Sergeant Alcanza took
I
over?
don't know when the relationship with police changed. I only spoke to Detective Marks again at the conclusion of the following week, when we tidied up a few other bits and pieces in relation to other matters.
Right. So, I'm sorry to harp on this, but the 5 people that you mentioned were comprised the team.
Yep.
Can you help us again with who they were?
So that was myself, Detective Harris, Senior Constable Gibbs from Forensic Police, Inspector Chris Palmer from Royal Fire Service, and a Detective Senior Constable Brock from the arson team.
And among those 5, who was the most senior officer involved?
Jurisdictionally, I think Detective Harris is the most senior of the forensic police, actually probably of the police, and Inspector Palmer and myself have equal seniority. We both went in the service at the same time when we hold the same rank.
And was it always anticipated, at least by you, that you on the one hand and Detective Sergeant Harris on the other would produce separate reports of your examinations?
Yeah, and that's just an agency thing. I have to provide a report to the Royal Fire Service, and Detective Harris has to provide a report on behalf of the police.
And do the pair of you liaise for that purpose when you're preparing your reports?
No, we didn't speak when we were preparing our reports, because we had come to a conclusion cooperatively, and we were concurrent when we came to the point that the fire started at Pole B. And then subsequently he's been provided information through police channels that allowed him to make an adjustment to his findings.
I see. And you annex to your statement, commencing at I think page 712, a fire investigation report, wildfire.
Yes, that's correct.
You're not identified as the author of the report, but may we take it that you are?
I am.
And
I think it goes to the signature block at the back of the report.
there's the signature block, but nobody's signed it. Is that right?
I did provide a signed version of the report.
You see at page 724 of the bundle, Mr. Barnes, you're recorded as at the top left-hand corner as having submitted the report, seemingly on 22nd August.
Yes, that's correct.
You see above it, it's recorded that somebody called Sharon Saunders rejected it at 21 May.
Yeah, that's
Can you
correct.
help us with what that's all about?
When we submit our reports, they're peer-reviewed within the Royal Fire Service by other investigators, and at that stage Sharon was acting in the role of Manager of Fire Investigation. She identified several typographic errors and spelling mistakes and sent the report back to get tidied up.
And it seems from the annotation on the right that she approved the report on the 27th of August?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
May we take it that from the fact that there was a rejection of the report on 21 August that there must have been an earlier edition of this?
It stays pretty well the same. The only thing that would change would be the items that I was asked to correct, and they were spelling mistakes and grammatical errors.
Is it right to think of the order of events that there was an earlier draft that on the 21st of August Ms Saunders rejected, and then you submitted the amended draft on the 22nd of August?
So it didn't take long to tidy up the few errors. The peer review won't challenge findings. They won't ask you to correct anything in our determination. It's all about just making sure it's nice and neat and tidy and reads well.
And you believe there's a version of this that you signed at some point?
Yes, I've got a copy of it here.
Right. Have you had an opportunity to read this version?
Same version.
As it appears in the...
Yeah.
You have had an opportunity to read it?
Yes.
In this form?
Yes.
And commencing at page 861, well towards the back of tab 6,
Yes.
you annex 4 sketches labelled sequentially sketch S001, S002, S003 and S004.
Correct, yes.
The 2 scene field sketches S003 and S004, you see they're not dated,
No, I must have omitted to date those.
but are these, as their name implies, created while you're at the scene?
No, they're done based on my contemporaneous notes.
And the contemporaneous notes are taken, I think you said, by an offsider.
Yes.
And are the contemporaneous notes, do they form part of the report anywhere?
No, they don't.
You introduced these 4 sketches, I think, back on page 722. At least as part of this index of photographs that you provide.
That's correct, yes.
And you see that in the table about the middle of the page, sketch S001 is described as a sketch representing locations of images taken for this report, marked on maps of poles and entry points.
Yes.
And we see sketch 001 back at 861, page 861.
Yep.
And is it right that when looking at page 861, which I think needs to be reorientated 90 degrees in the bundle, but the reference to DO29 to D129
Yep.
is a reference to photos?
Yeah,
29.
the D stands for, denotes the digital image.
Right. So, may we take it that the purpose of sketch 1 is to orientate the viewer of those numbered photographs as to where they were taken?
Yes.
And I think you earlier give a narrative description for each photo but back in the pages that precede page 722.
Just makes it a little bit easier for people who are looking at 130 photos of burnt things to get an idea of where they were in relation to the progress of our scene examination.
And is it fair to read sketch S001 as indicating that no photograph was taken north of pole B?
No, that's just a general area, so the photos were taken, there's a mark there, commencement of flagging photos, which is basically the centre of the image, and then along that line there's a couple of very faint arrows that I can read on this version. So in that general area, photos D029 to D129 were taken.
But don't we have 2 arrowheads, one pointing at pole B and an arrowhead after the D129 pointing to
The text there is commencement of flagging photos. So that's the point at which we started putting flags in the ground to follow micro scale indicators. So I've made a note of where we were in relation to the whole scene examination.
But Mr. Cheney's point is that the dot that is put on the top of this map, commencement of flagging photos, doesn't progress north of the dot for pole B. It's about the same.
I've got a sneaking suspicion it might not be to scale.
Oh, to be fair to you, you do describe sketch 1 as not to scale, I think, back on page 722, sir, but
I'll admit that I'm not an expert on mapping software.
But it's not so much a matter of scale, is it? Well, I'm suggesting to you that what you've indicated there is that whatever photos you took in the range 29 through to 129, the 100 photos that you took were not taken north of pole B on the latitude.
Again, they were taken within the run of fire that we were tracking.
The next sketch in the bundle, sketch 2, is described back on page 722 as representing the path taken when tracking indicators is not to scale, and it's indicative of route of serpentine search pattern only.
Yep.
The black annotation on sketch 2 is not, you don't suggest of it that it reflects a serpentine search.
No, which is
pattern.
basically it's the centre of the run that we followed. So the serpentine pattern would go either side of that. That's just indicative of the path that we walked. But considering that we were walking several metres either side of that line.
Can you help us with what might have been the amplitude of the wave either side of the...
Well, up at the track, it's a significant distance across the run. When you get down to that first bend, you can see there's a large area with next to no vegetation remaining at all. That's a significant run of fire, so that's a fair walk. That might have been 50 to 100 metres each way. As you get down towards the area of origin, as the fire comes back into a V, each leg of the serpentine component becomes narrower and narrower and narrower.
I'm not sure the term you use, sir, to describe the area of where there's significant tree...
Vegetation damage.
Yes. Running in broadly or an orientation parallel to the easement or thereabouts. Is that sorry, the area? Perhaps we'll do it this way. If one starts on the black annotations at the easement end and moves east along tracking along, once the black line dips down in a southerly direction.
You might have not point on that, and you
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Didn't realise we had it on the screen, so.
get there.
Yeah, it's just, and if you is the area of vegetation damage there? Is that what you're speaking of? Oh, I see.
There's nothing there. That's a run of fire, where the intensity of the fire is so great that it destroys everything in its path.
And the general direction of fire from there was in a south-easterly direction towards the town of Tathra?
Once the fire got up to this point, the wind took it that way.
The witness is just indicating up to that point being...
Yes.
A document could be provided and marked if that's...
Do you know how the poles and the dots identifying certain things was put onto your photo location sketch at page 8601?
I provided the latitude, longitudes I measured at the base of each pole, to one of our mapping experts within the RFS, and they created that map for
So
me.
you had GPS coordinates?
I had GPS
ordered
coordinates for
those.
each of the poles.
And what about for where you say commencement of
Yes.
flagging photos, you had GPS for that?
Yes.
Right. Could you just bear with me, Mr. Shenny, if I could just, can I ask you to go to volume 1 and look at page 420?
Yes.
Are you able to identify for me where position H, where the arrow ends, is in relation to the commencement of flagging photographs identified in the diagram 001 at page 861 of the brief?
I believe the point that I identified would probably be slightly towards the bottom of the page below H, or pretty close to H.
What part of H is arrow in the arrowhead would that dot that identifies commencement of flagging photos be put onto page 420 if we were going to do that?
Bear with me for a moment, because that's at a very different scale.
But the contour lines are the same.
Yeah, pretty well at the arrowhead of H.
So from the arrowhead of H, if that we take it as the point at which you're indicating you started taking photographs, down to pole B, looking at this page at 420, you would identify that as being north of pole B. Whereas it wouldn't appear
No.
north is identified on your sketch.
North would be on my sketch, on the right-hand side of the image.
Ah, that's right. It may be that even the commencement dot could be at the bottom left corner of the square in which H is housed,
Yeah, quite possibly.
which would be consistent with the contour. But that still places it north of pole B.
Yes.
It's north of pole B, but not pole C.
I see the time, Your Honour, I don't know.
Yes. Right. Are you available tomorrow,
Yes.
Inspector? Thank you. You can step down, thank you.
Your Honour, can I indicate, we did circulate earlier to everybody.
Transcript errors?
Reference, yes, transcript amendments, but
I'm grateful.
I thought the arrangement, I think, is that if anyone, that the other parties might liaise with us overnight if they have any changes to be made to our changes.
And then we can adopt that.
Yes.
That's gratefully received, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, there's some housekeeping matters, but I'll deal with those tomorrow morning. And at the conclusion of Inspector Barnes's evidence, we'll move into the lay witnesses on the issue of fire origin. They are as enumerated in the most recent version of the witness list. I can't at this stage be certain as to what order they'll be called.
Mystery day. All right, anything else, anything in court two that anybody wishes to raise?
No, Your Honour.
Okay. All right, we'll now adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.